Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Welcome to the University of the West Indies. Yeah. Welcome to the University of the West Indies. The best in the West, no, the best in the world, no, the best in the galaxy. Your place to rise and your place to shine and your place to be. So get ready to experience the place where them call you. Welcome to Pelican Property. Whenever you hear them talk about style and class and excellence that away. Academics, sport and performing out. Welcome to Pelican Property. Been leaving our mark on the world from 19 oh long till today. And now by your turn. So welcome to the family. Welcome to Pelican Property. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Pelican Property. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Proud Pelican. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Proud Pelican. Welcome to your world of endless possibilities. Be smart and don't you waste this opportunity. No matter your religion. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Welcome to the University of the West Indies. Yeah. Welcome to the University of the West Indies. The best in the West, no, the best in the world, no, the best in the galaxy. Your place to rise and your place to shine and your place to be. So get ready to experience the place where them call you. Welcome to Pelican Property. Whenever you hear them talk about style and class and excellence that away. Academics, sport and performing out. Welcome to Pelican Property. Been leaving our mark on the world from 19 oh long till today. And now by your turn. So welcome to the family. Welcome to Pelican Property. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Pelican Property. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Proud Pelican. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Proud Pelican. Welcome to your world of endless possibilities. Be smart and don't you waste this opportunity. No matter your religion. Proud Pelican, so we are proud Pelican. Welcome to the University of the West Indies. Yeah. Welcome to the University of the West Indies. The best in the West, no, the best in the world, no, the best in the galaxy. Your place to rise and your place to shine and your place to be. So get ready to experience the place where them call you. Welcome to Pelican Property. Whenever you hear them talk about style and class and excellence that away. Academics, sport and performing out. Welcome to Pelican Property. Been leaving our mark on the world from 19 oh long till today. And now by your turn. So welcome to the family.
Welcome indeed to Pelican Property. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jason Mackenzie. I serve as Director of Student Services and Development at the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. And I'm delighted to welcome you to this sitting. Mr. Jonathan Archie, or Deputy Campus Registrar, His Worship the Mayor, Richard Vernon, Mayor of Montego Bay. Let me acknowledge Professor Donovan Campbell, Campus Director here at the UWI Mona campus. Professor John Linder, Principal Director for Research, Innovation and Partnerships. Guild President, Mr. Kishawn McGrath. Campus Chairperson, Ms. Malika Dell. Or members of faculty, or Student Service and Development Manager, Miss Tanya Francis, or parents, family members, well-wishers, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, our new students who are with us, a pleasant morning to you. No, man, this doesn't sound like the West. I just hear the West is the best and your mayor is here and I like a thank you, good morning you give me. No, you can't do better than that, man. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, man. I want to feel at home in the place. Thank you so very much. It is my distinct pleasure and privilege to welcome you to the Mona Western Jamaica campus of the University of the West Indies. I'm delighted to be here on this a sizzling summer Sunday morning. I know some of you would be probably in the spirit in the church this morning. You know, others perhaps would have been at the beach. You know, some persons early into them Sunday dinner. You know, I know what that is like. There are some persons who would be sitting in front of their television screen watching some English Premier League, right? Or whatever it is that you may have been doing otherwise than being here. We thank you for taking the time to be here on our invitation, to fellowship with us, to have a conversation with us. And the fact that you are here, it means that you deemed it important to be here. But we are thankful, parents, family members, students, that you have chosen the University of the West Indies. We are clear in our minds that you had choices, but you made it the best in the West, right? And we commit to you that we will honor and respect and make you extremely proud of the decision that you have taken. Because our commitment to you is to deliver an exceptional teaching and learning experience to your child or your ward. The University of the West Indies remains the premier higher education institution this side of the hemisphere. Huh? May I say we are number one in the Caribbean? May I say that we are in the top 3% of universities across Latin America and the Caribbean? In fact, that's a global figure, right? And as ranked by Times Higher Education. And that's a big deal because when you send your child or ward here, you know that they will experience quality, right? But the critical thing about us as an institution, we are known for academic prowess. But importantly, the work that we do with your child or ward extends beyond the classroom. And so they come back to you brighter than they left your hallowed walls. But importantly, they would have developed some skills and competencies that will make them expansive, dynamic, global citizens. Because the work that we do with your child or ward is not just in the classroom, but beyond the classroom. So when we say to you, roots of excellence, future-proofing student success as our theme, it's deliberate, it's intentional. It is with the recognition that many of our students are coming with different experiences, different ambitions, different goals. And so their route to success will be different. And we want to help them create that journey, that pathway to excellence. We want to ensure that they are digitally ready to function in the world. We want to ensure that they are good communicators, both orally and in writing. We want to ensure that they are able to interact with persons from various backgrounds, that they understand the regional nature of our institution, and that though we are rooted in the Caribbean, we have a global reach. We want to help your student to understand, Mayor, their civic responsibility. That's the work that we do beyond the classroom setting. And so our quest is to help you better understand the support systems that are available to you, the opportunities that are available to you for you to thrive, for you to excel, for you to do well. And so there are varying pathways to success. And you have to choose your route. You have to navigate that pathway. But we're saying to you that you will not do this alone. There's a dynamic team of professionals, lecturers within the classroom, administrators outside of the classroom, healthcare professionals, senior student leaders, your guild council, opportunities for financing. All of that is available to you, and we want to point those things to you. We want to lay a good foundation for you through our first year experience program, recognizing that if you start well, you will do well. We want to lay that foundation of excellence for you. And so we're happy, parents and family members, that you have decided to journey and to be with us here this morning. We know that you'd have spent time working with your child through secondary education, even from as early as early childhood education. You'd have been there for them, providing moral support, providing the resources that they need. And trust me, here at the UWI, we're going to call on those resources, right? But you too, outside of financial resources, you are an important resource in helping your child or ward succeed. And therefore, or having you here today is to engender a partnership that will help us help your child succeed. You need to be there for them, but the way that you show up for them is going to be a little bit different from you did at the secondary level. And so our quest is to help you to better understand how to parent a student of the tertiary level. Right? Because it is indeed a little bit different. Because you want them to grow. You want them to develop. And so perhaps the kind of hand-holding that you may have engaged in before is going to be a little bit different now. They are adults in their own right, young adults, and our relationship is really more with them than with you. And so we have to help you to navigate that. We want to help you to understand academic matters. We want to help you to understand financial matters. We want to help you to understand the support systems that are available to them. We want to help you to understand that this is going to be a safe and secure space for your child or ward to be. And it's a dynamic learning space. That's what we want to help you to understand. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. I truly look forward to engaging with you throughout the course of the day. You'll be hearing from different persons as we strengthen our resolve to make good on our commitment throughout the journey of your child here on campus. And we look forward to the partnership that you will provide. We look forward to the support that you will give. And ultimately, we will deliver to you a global citizen that will excel anywhere in the world that he or she chooses to go. Welcome once, welcome twice. And in continuation of our greetings, I will take back to back the campus chairperson here at the UWI Western Jamaica campus, Miss Malika Dell, and she'll be followed by Mr. Keshawn McGrath. Keshawn is the president of the Guild of Students. So they're going to come to you in that order. Please make them welcome. Ms. Dell.
Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Jason Mackenzie, Campus Director, Professor Donovan Campbell, or Mayor of Montego Bay, Sir Richard Vernon, Deputy Principal, Professor John Lindo, other esteemed members of staff, fellow counselors and peers, our lovely freshers, and of course, our family members, a pleasant good morning to you all. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the UWI Mona Western Jamaica campus family. My name, as stated before, is Malika Dell, and I have the honor of serving you today as the campus chairperson on the Guild of Students. First of all, congratulations to all our freshers. You have officially reached another major milestone in life. You should be absolutely proud of yourselves. It was no small task that you have completed. But this is only the beginning. If you take a look around, beside you, in front of you, behind you even, you'll see a lot of new faces. Not competition, but you will soon realize that these are friends, your study partners, group chat members, and if university goes anything like it usually does, your brothers and sisters. Coming to university can be scary, I must admit, but then you meet someone during orientation period, you exchange numbers, begin the texting, and before you know it, you're carpooling to KFC one day on a random day in October, right? This is university. It is about the degree, yes. It is about the lectures, the assignments, the exams, sometimes maybe staring at a PowerPoint at 2 a.m. wondering what did I put myself into. But it is also about the people you meet along the way. So if you were shy before, let this be your space to branch out. If you are outspoken, let this be your space to use your voice. Join a club, try a sport, come to an event, share your talent even, volunteer for something that you never thought you'd do, and make memories. You came to university to learn, and that should always be your number one priority. But don't forget to touch grass, literally and figuratively. Go outside, sit under the trees, take a break, watch the airplanes take off and land even. Laugh with your friends, because one day you're going to look back and realize that those little moments were some of the best parts of university. And when things get difficult, remember that you belong here. You worked hard to get here. Give yourself permission to grow. Ask questions, make mistakes, but learn from those mistakes. And most importantly, don't be afraid to ask for help. The Guild is here, your lecturers, your faculty advisors, even the friends that you meet, and the wider community. We are here to support you. So freshers, as you begin this new chapter, I want you to walk into it with an open mind. Most definitely, you want to always have a fully charged phone because you will go home with 2,000 messages in the commuting students group. Cheers to your new home, to future friendships, new experiences, new challenges, and new opportunities. Once again, welcome to the UWI Western Jamaica campus family.
Well, let me use the opportunity and just borrow the protocols observed by Madam Campus Chairwoman and extend a warm welcome to everyone here and warm welcome to our new freshers to the University of the West Indies Mona campus. I can tell you personally that you have made one of the best choices of your life. Welcome to an experience that will shape who you will be as an individual and shape the moments and decisions that will shape your destiny or your goals that you want to inspire amongst yourself and amongst your peers. I am Keshal McGrath, and I serve as your guild president of the UWI Guild of Students. Now, what does that mean for you as a student of the university? That's very simple. Let me just borrow this. That's very simple, really. It means that you're a part of what is called a union of students who have a common goal. That common goal is just really the general upliftment of our students as they navigate the university journey. Now, the role that the Guild Council plays in that is actually be that representative arm for all students, whether you're commuting or living on campus, to ensure that your academic, social, cultural, or whatever needs you may have as a student are met and represented at all levels. Now, I stand here before you today as a guild president, but I'm also a student, and I'm also a resident coming from Montego Bay. So I feel very proud to be here today to actually speak and interact with this group of personnel, knowing that my university journey and experience can help to shape yours as a student coming into this university. Now, just to give you a little context behind what the Guild Council does. So we comprise of 43 members that span across different portfolios with different responsibilities. Some of those responsibilities entail hall resident life or commuting life that allows students to get some form of out-of-classroom learning as you navigate your university journey. We also span across portfolios that see towards academic development, so that sees simple things as assisting students with course registration or allowing students to actually think about or actually engulf in their degree programs a little more by allowing them to see what pathways are there for them as students to actually impart their degree program outside of the university journey. Also, we have other niche portfolios that we try to provide for students, some of which may be along the lines of sports, where we facilitate sporting programs that allow students immerse themselves in those activities so that you can showcase your talents or your hidden talents for those who may not have think that they had it before. We also participate in cultural and entertainment affairs, allow students who want to delve into that realm to get a chance to showcase their talents or experience entertainment from a different perspective. We also allow for opportunities for volunteerism and outreach for students who are passionate about giving back to the community, whether in the immediate community or far and wide throughout the country and sometimes internationally. We also allow for spaces for students to actually reap opportunities through internships and job opportunities that may be provided to you in any sphere. The Guild also ensures that student welfare is placed at the forefront of whatever we do by allowing for tuition assistance or other relevant programs so that students may actually reap some form of benefit so that their university journey is one that is made of maximal experience. So these are some of the things that the Guild Council tries to put on for students as they navigate through the university journey. The only ask that we have of you is just to engage with us, simply because the Guild Council does not serve itself. It serves the students of the university. So with that, we cannot do the work alone, even though we hold most of the work, right? We ask that you engage with us in all capacities. Don't be afraid to reach out to us as well, as you're also students. So your journey, your issues or challenges, we may have encountered it at some point during our university journeys, and we may also guide you along the way and show you the best means and methods to maximize on your experience or maximize on your academic development as a student. I close by welcoming you all again to the University of the West Indies, and I hope that every student here within the reach of my voice ensures that you maximize not just in-classroom learning, but out-of-classroom learning to make yourself the ideal UWI graduate. Thank you.
Mayor Ferran, and I think that in local government politics, a councillor or a candidate has to be domiciled, let me use that term, in the space that they're seeking to represent, right? Right. So it's somewhat of that order. But I think that it's important that in this particular context, the person who has overall leadership for this campus is one who is a son of the soil, somebody from the West who directly understands the Western cultures and subcultures and the needs of the space. And one of our core values as an institution is student-centeredness. And the campus director of this Mona Western Jamaica campus is one who lives and breathes student-centeredness. And it's my distinct pleasure to welcome to the lectern to bring your greetings, the campus director, Professor Donovan Campbell. Make him welcome, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mackenzie. Good morning. There's always a freshness, a newness, a happiness that accompanies this moment. And I'm always excited to welcome our parents as part of this orientation that the university has organized. Let me begin by saying welcome to the mayor of Montego Bay, Mr. Richard Vernon, who is no stranger to this university. We were just chit-chatting a while ago, and he remembered the days on Rex Nettleford Hall. I think you were called pilgrims at the time, not freshers, right? So you are no stranger to this university, and also the Western Jamaica campus. Friends, colleagues, whenever we call on the mayor, he shows up and he supports us. So I want to acknowledge that. And of course, our deputy principal, Professor John Lindo, in his new capacity. John, we know you are a strong advocate for student success, and we definitely look forward to working with you. I know you have a laser focus on the Western Jamaica campus, and so we're looking forward to your engagement in the coming years. And of course, Jonathan Archie, our deputy campus registrar, who is like a compass when it comes to our student administration and support services. Whenever we need any kind of advice, Jonathan is there to support us. Malika Dell, Malika has been working right throughout the summer to ensure that everything is in place. And we're so proud of all of the hard work that you're putting in. And we're looking forward to this campus under your leadership. Yeah. And Mr. McGrath, I take note that you're a man from the West, from Montego Bay, and I will just leave it at that. But welcome. It's such a pleasure to have you here. Yeah. Now, let me begin by saying that this campus is at a critical juncture. A critical juncture because of everything that we have gone through over the years and everything that we're trying to become. We're trying to respond, just as the wider society, to all the changing forces that are in front of us and we are having to deal with. But we recognize that we cannot stand by and hope for change, that we have to be active participants in the process of change. And from where we sit as an academic institution, we are 100% committed to human capital development, science, and innovation. And that's our core business. And I start there because in terms of understanding what is meant by routes to excellence, and I want you to take note that it didn't say route to excellence. It says routes to excellence. And while we at the University of the West Indies believe that we are the best route to excellence, certainly when you get here, you will find that there are multiple pathways to excellence. And I want you to keep that in mind, because while you might come with a preconceived notion of what is here at the university, for many of you, it's a black box. And that was my experience when I went to the Mona campus in Kingston for the first time. I didn't know what to expect. I showed up at the time at Chancellor Hall with 2 bags, and I was greeted. I didn't know then that the welcome I got was from the Office of Student Services and Development, your first point of contact. And I was shepherded through the entire process in a seamless way. Throughout the way, along that path, along your route through the university, your Office of Student Services and Development is your guiding light. They have people along the way, and Jason mentioned some of them, with lanterns that will show you the different pathways to take. They're fully committed to you being a well-rounded graduate. I still use that term, Jason, because when I was entering the university, it was the same language that was used that is now being packaged under student success. It hasn't changed. The terms have changed, but the emphasis is still the same. We don't want you to just be excellent in your academic work. We want you to develop the qualitative skills, the soft skills that have become even more important now. As we talk about future proofing and the era of AI, and some crazy conversations that are being having that we've been having around talent and the types of skills that will be relevant for the future, we recognize more and more that your qualitative skills, your leadership skills, they have become essential parts of the professional that you have to become in order to remain relevant in the future. So when we talk about future proofing and we talk about student success, we mean building or putting in those ingredients that will enable you to survive a fast-paced, transforming world. Now, to the parents, you have made massive sacrifices. You have made major investments, and this is a big moment for you. And I know that most of the people who are at this institution, at the university, we have lived that. And I just want to take a moment to share in this wonderful moment for you that you are going to see a massive return on your investment, right? Your investment in wanting to see your child become the most successful individual they can be. And that means a lot to you. Now, your role as a parent might have to change a bit. You have to allow them to grow. Jason mentioned it briefly. We have had to manage the involvement of parents in our student activities, because you don't know sometimes how much to let go and how much to hold on to. I want to reassure you that they are in capable hands, that the University of the West Indies has the pool of talent and the strong support system, that ecosystem of support that our the late Deputy Principal Tomlin Paul often speaks about, that ecosystem of support that will ensure that you are successful. Now, we know that you have choices in terms of higher education. We're happy you chose the University of the West Indies. We believe that we are the best choice for your higher education. And we sit on a legacy of producing strong leaders. Our mayor is doing a wonderful job for the city of Montego Bay. And it's an example to you all that you don't have to wait until you are, I don't want to use the word old, but that he represents a body of young, brilliant leaders that many of you can seek to emulate, and that there's an opportunity for you to fulfill those leadership ambitions here at the University of the West Indies. And so I know you're starting out on your journey and you are a bit uncertain. What you have here is a tried and proven institution that is designed to engineer your success. We have all the ingredients and all the people here to ensure that you can achieve the outcomes that you want for yourself. And I say that not because of our rankings and what is put there on paper. I say that because I've been through this system. I believe in this system, and I trust all of my colleagues who are at the different stations in the system that they genuinely have your interests at heart. Now, as we seek to transform this campus, we are a very small, family-oriented campus, which in and of itself offers some unique opportunities to know each other a little bit deeper, to care for you a little bit more. And our students tend to do a little bit better on average than the Mona students in many, many areas. And so we want you to recognize the strength of the campus that you're at, and also the opportunity you have here to create a lasting legacy for yourself and your family. Let me say welcome to you all, and I hope you have a wonderful orientation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Campbell. And so part of what he spoke about was future-proofing student success. And here at the UWI, a part of our mission is to create knowledge. We do a lot of that through research. You know, we are very keen on innovation and creativity, right? And the person who is charged to lead innovation, research, and partnership is none other than Professor John Lindo. He has a message for us this morning, sharing with us, you know, in the capacity of the deputy principal. And so we invite Professor Lindo to come and bring greetings at this point in time. Make him welcome, please.
Good morning, everybody. It's really great to be here at orientation, and especially to get this opportunity to address the parents of our incoming students. I also recognize our mayor. I recognize our campus director, Professor Donovan Campbell, our director of student services, student leaders, Mr. Jonathan Archie, who is the hardest working deputy registrar in the Western Hemisphere. I am also happy to be here because of this portfolio that I run, which is the Research, Innovation, and Partnership portfolio. I am newly minted in a job, so don't ask me what my successes have been yet. Ask me next year, okay? But I am pleased to be here because the Western Jamaica campus is one of the places that we are looking to in terms of the leadership in innovation. You have great advantages that we don't have in Kingston. One of them is that airport down there. And also, you have the advantage of other facilities in this beautiful city. Also, I'm happy to be here because I want to tell the university students on the first day that what has made us famous in we have spoken about the ranking, how highly ranked we are, but our research is essential to what we do. And it's essential to what we do because it's embedded in our mission. I am a countryman, so when people ask me what is the University of the West Indies about, I tell them in simple language. It's to make the lives of Caribbean people better and to change the world. And your university has led research in really special areas, in the social sciences, in medicine, in sickle cell disease. We were one of the leading centers in sickle cell disease, in malnutrition. We have been so successful that we have closed down our malnutrition ward at the university hospital because we don't have the malnourished children anymore. We have successfully led the charge of breaking mother-to-child transmission of several diseases, including HIV. So we're very pleased. We led the Zika task force in the region, and that resulted in the saving of lives. So I want you to know that you have come to a special place, and this is going to change your life. So before I start speaking from my notes, I just want to say again, I am really pleased to see the parents here. We see them at graduation, but on this special day as you move into the university, we're very pleased to have our parents here. Parents make great sacrifices throughout your university life, and students never, ever forget that. It's never easy on your parents. And as Jason said, you are adults now, and Dr. Campbell said, Professor Campbell said, students know you're adults, you are in a phase of growth, and your parents have to, give you some space. I remember last year I had a summer worker working in the department of microbiology, or the year before, and her mother would come to everything. Well, the other students, by the time they found their feet, knew where they're going, her mother is still. And I said to the mother, listen, you have to give the child a chance. She have to get lost on the campus, find her way again. You can't be there. You know what mother said to me? But I'm a helicopter mother. She's hovering over the student. Please do not be a helicopter parent. It's not healthy for the growth and development of your child. So this is my real first opportunity to participate in general orientation here at the Western Jamaica campus, and I'm particularly pleased to be here representing the university administration. I therefore bring warm greetings from Kingston, because this is Mona campus, so I can't say from Mona. And more importantly, I bring a simple message. This campus is crucial to the UWI. I've mentioned some aspects before, and working on with international partners. I've just told Professor Campbell, we have partners who want to work with us here at Mona. Today is therefore the start of an academic year, and for students sitting before us, it represents a significant transition. You have earned your place here at the University of the West Indies. You're a proud Pelican, as am I, and this is an achievement that you should be very, very proud of. But today you become part of something much larger. You become part of the University of the West Indies that has served the Caribbean for generations. University has produced significant leaders, prime ministers across the region, thinkers, innovators, Nobel laureates, researchers, entrepreneurs, professionals who have helped influence the wider world. The theme for this year is Roots of Excellence, Future-Proofing Student Success. And I'm very pleased to celebrate this theme, because in the old days, as you can see, I'm very old. You used to have to go, back then, I don't know if you guys know what O-level is. You have to go O-level, A-level, BSc, MSc. Different days we're in. Careers have fallen, new careers have emerged. There are different roads to success. And I'm really happy too that Student Services has emphasized the learning outside of the classroom. Everybody in this room, I expect you all to get your bachelor's degree. Yes, you'll all get your bachelor's degree. What will make you significantly different from everybody else? It's that out of the classroom learning. How do we strengthen partnerships between the university, industry, government, communities? And how do we encourage innovation? This has become really crucial as we, for example, the university's role in reestablishing communities following Hurricane Melissa. You are going to be crucial to answering these questions. The other thing you have to keep in mind that although you're Pelican with campuses here, with 5 campuses, campus in Antigua, you're part of the campus in Trinidad, St. Augustine campus, the Cayville campus in Barbados, and the Global campus. You are also a member of a global community of universities. So you're just not an isolated student here, sitting here at Mona. Well, these are institutional questions. Over the next several years, you'll become part of the answers. Sitting in a room, future researchers, future entrepreneurs, future business leaders, future politicians, hopefully a PM, and you will change the world in your own way. I would like to pause for a moment to reflect on my late colleague, Dr. Tomlin Paul. Tomlin is a very special man. When he was Dean of Medicine, for example, he instituted what was called the Social Responsibility Program. And the Social Responsibility Program, he did it with two, I won't get too deep as why he did, but among the reasons he did it was he wanted students to understand, it's a medical faculty. So you come to Mona, you become a dentist, you become a nurse, you become a physical therapist, and there are 2 things that we try to do. Dr. Paul tried to do the Social Responsibility Program. He wanted interprofessional dialogue. He wanted to break down that hierarchy where a doctor was king and everybody else were workers. And he worked very hard on that. He also wanted the students to know that out there in the community, there are several persons who had not seen a dentist for years and years and years. They had not seen a doctor for years and years and years. And why is that? Affordability, no access. I think that is one of Dr. Paul's greatest legacies. And I hope that in your student life, you will be mindful of this, that we are here. I'm a proud Pelican. I'm from a village called Walkerswood, where nobody never hear about it, right? Anyway, small farmer father, housewife mother, professor, and so all of us can make that change. So Tomlin was really committed to student success. Never met a more committed soldier. So to stand here today, I know that ordinarily he would have been here welcoming you. He gave over 3 decades of service to the University of the West Indies as an academic, mentor, a leader. Beyond his titles and accomplishments, many remembered him for much simpler reasons. The way he treated people. He really believed in people. He believed in the students, and he believed in service. And you understand that the strength of the university is ultimately measured not only by our ranking, research, reputation, but by the lives it touched. And I mentioned his social responsibility. One of the expressions associated with Dr. Paul was the Kinyarwanda word, turi kumre, which means we are together. What an appropriate sentiment to carry into the new academic year. Because although he's no longer here to welcome the cohort himself, The commitment to student that characterizes his leadership continues. And today, we honor his memory and thank him for his tremendous contribution to the University of the West Indies. Before I go any further, I want to speak directly to the parents, guardians. We are here rightly to celebrate our students as they begin a new chapter. And behind them, we know we have the family that has made many sacrifices and will continue to make many sacrifices. And it goes beyond the parents. It goes to the grandparents in some cases, siblings, aunts, guardians, extended family members. My friend, my late friend, always told a story of going to the Michael and how he ran into trouble and he thought he had to leave only for his brother to sell his goats and bring the money come. So we know that family members have encouraged, prayed, transported, financed, listened, and sometimes simply keep going when a student is ready to give up. Many of these sacrifices are obvious. Others your children may not fully understand until many years from now. And for families across Western Jamaica, the past year has been really tough with the passing of the hurricane. Some families are rebuilding while simultaneously trying to ensure that their sons, daughters, and relatives continue pursuing their educational goal. We recognize what this has taken to get your student here, and we thank you for enrolling them in the University of the West Indies. But your role doesn't end today. It simply changes. University is a period where your son and daughter become more independent. They'll make decisions themselves. They will succeed at some things and struggle with others. It's part of growing and learning. To our students, you are entering this institution following an extraordinary period, as I said before. Homes and livelihoods were affected by Melissa. Families were displaced. Communities are rebuilding. Persons have experienced loss. And the university itself has to respond. What emerged from this period is a powerful reminder that an institution such as ours cannot exist separately from the society it serves. When our community is hurt, we respond. When circumstances change, we respond. Finally, I just want to say, there is no Mona over there and Western Jamaica over here. This is one Mona campus community. The Western campus represents an important part of our UWI's presence and purpose in the region of Jamaica, in this region of Jamaica, and we continue strengthening that connection. That means ensuring that the opportunities, expertise, partnerships, and resources of the wider university increasingly reach our students wherever they are. It means listening to Western Jamaica. The experience of this campus, the needs of this region and ideas generated here are also help to shape the future of our wider Mona campus. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say in closing that on behalf of the administration of the University of the West Indies Mona, I extend warmest welcome to the incoming cohort of 2026. We are pleased that you have chosen the UWI, and we are proud to welcome you. We look forward to everything that you will add to the story of this university. Welcome to the UWI Mona. Welcome to the Western Campus, and may your journey with us be an exceptional one. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Pastor Linda, man. Beautiful. You know, I cannot recall an orientation activity here at the Mona Western Jamaica campus without Mr. Jonathan Archie being here. You know, and though he has significant responsibility, particularly at this time, running the entire Mona campus, he has taken the time to be here. He's one of our chief administrators and point persons and someone who has deep responsibility for student affairs. And he's here with us this morning. I invite him to the lectern to bring greetings.
Colleagues and friends, good morning. I'm going to be quick because I know you may be suffering information overload. Let me start by recognizing our mayor, somebody who I have a lot of respect for, I must admit. My colleagues here, our parents, our guild president, and the guild and our incoming students. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot that can be said today because I'll be honest, I am quite proud to be here right now. I'm extremely happy to be here. And that is so because while sitting there, I was reflecting on the experience over the last year. Last year, we came here for orientation, and then on November 1st, we had to come back. And when we came back, what I saw was the leadership of our Western Jamaica team in coordinating certain activities for our students and staff. We then went down the road and we saw the mayor coordinating activities for the city in response to the situation at the time. Thereafter, I came back again in December because we said we wanted to have a choral service for Montego Bay. And again, I had to come back in February because the students made the request that they wanted to have a conversation as to how we could support them as a university. Parents, students, let me tell you something. I am 100% sure that you are in the right place. If you leave here with one message today, remember you are in the right place. This system has been tested and proven over the last year. When our students asked me to come down in February, it was one simple question. We had 540 students here in October at WJC. We were faced with a situation where many students were unsure as to how they could complete their studies. And the students in this room entered a conversation with us. And we sat down and worked through mechanisms to support every single student. The students, the retention rate from those 540 students stood at approximately 98%, Mayor. We got the students back and we supported them. We responded in a manner that facilitated every student sitting their exams and coming back in semester 2. The students said to us, I want to progress. I want to graduate on time. And they did that. We went through semester 1 exams in January. We went through semester 2 exams in April, May, and our WJC students performed no different, having gone through what happened on October 28th. Colleagues, this system has been tested and proven. So I want to say you are in the right place. The students did make the request that we continue the dialogue each semester with them, have a forum for engagement. So I am telling you right now that I will be coming back at some point between November and February to have a conversation with you students as to how you are progressing and as to how we can support you. Thank you so much and welcome to the UWI Mona.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Archie. Ladies and gentlemen, it's always very good to have the support of political leadership in this space, you know. But Mayor Richard Vernon is indeed a product, a graduate of the University of the West Indies. And we're very, very proud of him, you know, the kind of work that he's delivering in this space. I was on the ground post Melissa, and I saw firsthand the coordination and the work that was happening, and we continue to commend you for that, Mayor, and thank you for your support of the University of the West Indies. And it's my pleasure to invite him to the lectern to bring greetings at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mackenzie. And I'm going to ask you to permit me to adhere to the protocol that you established. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The pleasure is mine to greet you on behalf of the St. James Municipal Corporation. and to extend our congratulations to the freshers. What you are doing today is making one of the most consequential decisions in your lives. This is not only because you are trying to aspire for greatness to ensure that you get a degree. It is also because our country needs you to get this degree. And to ensure that you complete this decision, I encourage you to not be afraid of utilizing student loans, to ask for help. And this is the time that you look at your circle, the persons who you are associated with, the relationships that you establish, and ensure that they are working towards your best outcome. We need you because we are on a mission of productivity. And let me see the hands of those who would like to operate a business. Who would like to operate a business? Who would like to own a business? All right. So for all the persons who would like to own a business, there is something in the business that is called diminishing returns. And this is when you put into the business labor, technology, and some kind of investment, you know, and you continue to put in the same type of investment into the business until at one point, no matter how much you put into it, the same type of investment, you get no further return, no increase in profit. It's diminishing. I want you to treat the business as a microcosm of society. Society that is a function of our population, and our population serves as the market and the labor force. So in society and in our economy, we need to ensure that we continue to invest. What do we have now? We have a tertiary educated population of approximately 19% in society, in the labor force, and in society, 18%. And the enrollment rate at the university level, approximately 25%. And we like to talk about countries like Singapore and so on. They're at 85%. So the tertiary level education that we have in Jamaica, I would say, is a direct reflection of our level of productivity in Jamaica. So we're now at that stage where we want to move forward. How do we do that? We have to invest more in education, but not just any education. Once our students have matriculated from the high school level and are qualified to enter university, we must ensure that you get the opportunity to complete your tertiary education, because this is what is going to move our country forward. Because if every day we have in our society, we keep inputting that type of investment of 5 CXCs, just CXCs and more CXCs, and we add some technology here and there, but we are not innovative enough, then society reaches the rate of diminishing returns. So we don't want our returns to diminish any further. We want to move beyond that. We want to become productive. So we need to move our 19% in the labor force to at least 50 over a short period of time, so that you can get the increased salaries that you want, so that you can enjoy the quality of life that you want. And we tend to aspire to these things in other countries because they have spent thousands of years perfecting their systems. So when we carry our tertiary education to them, they are increasing their productivity. They are increasing the number of persons in their labor force with a degree, and we are reducing ours. So at this rate, we can't reach. So the city of Montego Bay is happy that you have made this personal decision that is also a community decision, a societal decision, an economic decision. And we want more freshers. Not just freshers, but we want you to complete with the necessary support that we can give from government, that we can raise from public and private sectors to ensure that you get the cushion you need, the financial cushion you need to complete your degrees. So thank you for stepping forward. Thank you for doing well in school, so much so that you can be here today at orientation to cross over into true university students. And I want you to keep focus and remember, every relationship that you establish now or have, ensure that it is for your best outcome. Thank you. God bless you and all the best.
Western coast of Jamrock, there's a light that's rising high, where horizons never end and where the limit is the sky. With vision, hope, and purpose, shaping our people's dreams, forever moving forward.
I believe that I believe that I am representing everyone when I say that we are truly honored to have you here today and blessed and very thankful for the work that you have been doing and the work that you will continue to do for us in Montego Bay. We are very thankful that you are here with us today here with our freshers, and not only the freshers, but their families and us at University of the West Indies, WJC. Thank you very much. This is a token of our appreciation, and we look forward to having you here more.
For the microphone.
With future ignite.
Thank you, Ms. Dell. Thank you so kindly, Mayor Vernon. And please understand, if you see the mayor leaves, he has other obligations, and we. Oh, yes. All the way to St. Elizabeth, eh? But we thank him for his time with us this morning. Really appreciate him. All right. We're going to continue with our program for the morning, and I am talking to my presenters now to be really brief with your time. We are on board time, and I'm trying to make up time, right? So I'm going to ask us to work with us on this. So I'm going to invite to center stage Mr. Horace Napier to share with us on his experience, roots of excellence, your pathway to success at UWI. Put your hands together and make him welcome, please.
Pride, like the hawk, I will soar and succeed. I will rise and build a legacy with excellence and integrity. Strength, honor, pride, like the hawk, I will soar and succeed. I will
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so my name is Horace Napier, and I've just completed my final year at this campus. I was a part of the Faculty of Social Sciences, majoring in accounting with a minor in management studies, and I'm expected to be a part of the class of 2026. Let me fix this. Okay. Today's theme that I'm supposed to deliver is titled Roots to Excellence, My Path to Success at UWI. If I'm being totally honest, my success here wasn't revolved around my academics alone. Sorry, I'm feeling, I apologize. I feel like I was an average student. I did really well in some classes, and in others, I feel like I could have done a bit better. However, I believe I was asked to speak here today because I was one of those students that seized every single opportunity that this institution offered. I immersed myself in everything possible for a student: student leadership, volunteerism, sports, and student employment. I'll touch a bit more on each as I share my journey with you. Starting at my orientation in 2023, like some of you right now, I had no idea what to expect. I took a gap year to work before coming here, so being back in the educational space or mindset, I was a bit nervous. I've never been out of school for that long before, and now expecting to start and complete my degree, I wasn't sure if I was able to keep up or even do well. Throughout my first year, I had to adapt to the university environment, as some things such as classes that end at 9 and 8 p.m., 3-hour lectures, and dressing for school without the need to consider a uniform were all new to me. I didn't get a chance to be very involved due to the fact that I lived in Trelawney and I didn't have classes every single day of the week. The most I really did in my first year as it relates to being involved was that I served on the games committee, helping with various sporting initiatives, and I attended a few events that were held here on the campus that were happening on days that I had class. In my second year was where my eyes truly opened. I really saw what this campus could truly be like if I were just here more often. Okay. It all began when I was elected to be the Games Committee chairperson, based on how I was on the committee in my first year. Now I was in charge of a position on the Guild of Students, and I had never been in a leadership position before. I wasn't sure if I should have taken it seriously or not, but I started to interact more with other students, members of staff. I found myself with more responsibilities. I was taking trips to the Mona campus for different events. There were work opportunities coming across, and I just started to get very busy. And I was just trying to handle all of this, plus my academics at the same time. Entering to my third and final year, I had now created genuine connections with some of my peers and members of staff. My responsibilities increased because I was now one of the 2 vice presidents of the Guild of Students. And I had also started working in the library as a student assistant. Plus, I had other part-time job that I would find myself at. I was pretty much the one that was funding my university experience. So if any other job came across, I would have 100% take it. I was also a part of the football team because I love being involved in sports. All of that, plus being a full-time student, caused me to be on campus way more often. I found myself here on some Saturdays and Sundays. It was like a second home to me. So much so that people actually thought I lived on the Hall of Residence here. I was managing everything well until Hurricane Melissa happened. After the hurricane happened, everything went on pause. The hurricane had deemed my home unsafe. It was starting to feel like one of my lowest points in my life. I had nowhere to go, and where did I end up? Here. I was here at school throughout November last year. In that time, some of my friends and I kept ourselves busy. We were volunteering, helping individuals that needed help after the hurricane, because it doesn't matter how bad that we have it, there was somebody else that always had it worse. School at the main campus was still happening, and we were determined that not because the Western campus wasn't operational, that didn't mean that we couldn't go there and represent. So we found ourselves there on the Mona campus on multiple occasions throughout that time period, all the while not being sure if or even when I was going to resume my final year at all. But just by involving myself with this institution, I was able to get myself from one of the lowest points to creating some of the most memorable experiences I've ever had. In January of this year, schools finally reopened. We had to complete the entire semester that we had missed within 3 weeks. It was the most pressure I've ever felt throughout my educational journey. It was some of my best performances, and I got through it. In my final semester, which I referred to as my final stretch, I was now working in the administration office as a student assistant, I got back my part-time job that I lost before Melissa happened. And now I was back to my student leadership responsibilities. Everything was back on track. My final exams came and went, and before I knew it, I was finished with the university. I had made friends that I hold dear to me. I had a lot of opportunities to meet various people and visited places I would never have visited if I wasn't at this university. I had now either worked alongside, interacted with, shared a conversation or a laugh with every single full-time member of staff here. Some of them really left an impression on me. For example, Mr. Winston Harrison. At the administration office, he taught me to ask questions. He usually quote, you're spending a lot of money to be here. Get everything that is available to you. Ms. Nikisha Gray, lecturer, guided the accounting students, taught us how to dress and carry ourselves in a professional manner. Ms. Tanya Francis and Mr. Shane Smith from the Office of Student Services and Development had taught me about time and place, when to speak and conduct yourself in a professional manner, and when is it time to laugh and have fun. I can think of many things that I've learned from just being here and interacting with everyone, and this has helped me to be the individual that I am today. My resume was now full, based on the amount of work opportunities that came across. I've worked as a bartender, my student assistant roles. I've had a chance to work at the Sumfest Music Festival. I invigilated PEP and CSEC examinations, and at one point, I was even a substitute teacher. Those were the opportunities that I got here, all from someone that came here not knowing what to expect and just wanted to complete their degree. Now, my involvement got me the opportunity to be an intern at the Bank of Nova Scotia. This week is actually my final week of my internship. And with the social skills, professionalism, and habits that I picked up from just being here, I was already offered a position halfway through my internship. So from school to internship, straight into a job opportunity. I would personally say my journey was a successful one. So to the new students, there are opportunities here. There are chances to make genuine bonds. There's so much to learn from just being here. So please get involved, join a club, be a part of a committee. When volunteering opportunities arise, be a part of it, socialize, and it will be all worth it in the end. And if I had to do it all over again, I would choose the UWI Western Jamaica campus every time.
There's a light that's rising high, where horizons never end and where the limit is the sky. With vision, hope and purpose, shaping our people's dreams, forever moving forward and we
I'm a countryman, you know, a proper countryman. And I tell everybody that I'm just sojourning in Kingston right now. So my grandmother would tell me, say, if fish come from river bottom and tell you, say, shark there, believe him. So whereas you may not believe me and Mr. Archie, when you hear from somebody like Horace, and peer, you understand the kind of experience that your student will have within this space. You know, matters of resilience, civic engagement, and social responsibility, career development, leadership. It's so much. And we thank you for sharing with us, Horace. And we look forward to other students having even more amazing experiences as they sojourn here at the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. Put your hands together. Another round of applause for Horace, please. All right, we're moving quickly along, and we have two more presentations before the break, right? You know, with lovely entertainment in between. And I'm now going to invite Mrs. Rasheen Roper Robinson to share with us on the matters of transitioning and the journey that, you know, how it is important that you transition well and how you can better transition to the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies here in the West. Put your hands together and make welcome the hardworking Mrs. Rasheen Roper Robinson.
Thank you so much, Director. I'm a walker. I'm a walker arounder person. Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to speak after you, Horace. I love to hear from the admin at WJC. I love to see your beautiful faces, right, Miss Francis? But my favorite part of the program at Parent and Family Orientation is to hear from the student representative about the impact that they would have experienced while coming to school here. So I want to big up Horace one more time for me, please. Amazing, amazing. Amazing. Yeah, you can see from the big hug at the back that, you know, he was a special person here on campus. So I'm here this morning to speak with parents and students alike about transitioning. And transitioning is an interesting word, Mr. Mack, because transitioning can signal. Prof. Lindo, you're the director of RIP. Transitioning can signal the end of something sometimes, right? But also transitioning, when we transition and we talk about transitioning, we can also be talking about the beginning of something, right? So embedded in this one word is this kind of polarity, beginning and also ending. The university is on its last lap of a 10-year AAA strategy. 2 points for anybody who can Google fast. No WJC person, any of our new parents or students can tell us what the AAA strategy, what the 3 A words are. No, Miss Francis, you cannot answer. Or AAA strategy. Anybody who can Google quick enough or chat GPT, you know, quick, fast enough? Can I hear the 3 pillars of the AAA strategy? Yes. Access. Nikela, you have any prize can give her? Yes, Nikela. Access, alignment, and agility. And I'm going to borrow from the AAA strategy a little bit this morning. Not so much the access, alignment, and agility, but a different set of A's that I want us to consider very quickly. And Mr. Mack, I'm thinking of your time constraint. 3 A's I want us to consider as we start to think about your transition into the university space. Before I go, we want to thank Miss Tanya Francis and her team, Sashane and Winston and Mr. Hudson and the students, the guild, everybody, because working together, they have curated a program, an orientation program that aids in your smooth transition into the university space, ensuring that we're having an opening program like this one. Tomorrow, you will have your general orientation program, and those are things that are in place so that your transition can be a little smoother. But there are some things I want you to consider very quickly. I want you to keep them at the forefront of your mind as you move from one state in your life or one place to the next. Because really, that's what a transition is, moving from yaso to yaso, right? One of the first things I want you to consider, or one of the first things I want us to do, is to acknowledge that this is happening. Before we start to think about where the money is going to come from, if that is a consideration and an issue, before we even start to think about, wonder what classes I should, be registering for, am I going to do well? Am I not going to do well? Am I going to fall in love? Am I going to meet my husband or wife here? Before we start to consider any of those things, let us acknowledge that we are in a place that will require us to possibly show up completely differently than we were showing up, or that we in the way that we have been showing up before. Acknowledgement is this first pillar that I want you to consider as you are thinking and experiencing this transition. And I don't want you to small it up. This is such a huge transition that you are making, students and the parents. How many of you, this is your first time as a university parent? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. First time as a university parent. This is what, more than half the room? Kind of about, yeah? And I'm imagining some of you probably just, well, they can't bother raising a hand, can't bother. Yeah, and so this transition is as important as it is for the student. It is important for you, the parent, as well. Yes? And so we want to acknowledge that we are in this place that is going to require us to show up differently. Prof. Linda spoke earlier about giving the student space. Some parents may have a hard time with that. And we need to acknowledge that we may need to give some space. We might need to acknowledge for the students that, listen, the way how you used to breeze through high school or maybe community college, that might not fly here at UWI. You might have to take up a one book, you understand? Right? Study a little one paper, that kind of thing. Read over our notes, maybe form a study group. We have to acknowledge that we are somewhere different, somewhere new, somewhere exciting even. We're somewhere different. And that kind of acknowledgement will help us to transition successfully into that second A. When we get to, and we've acknowledged that, okay, this is where we are. We're at a new place that will maybe require new things of me. That kind of anticipation is going to be very important. And when we are anticipating something, it means that we're planning for it. We're preparing for it. We're asking questions like, what do I need to know to transition well in the space? So for example, coming to parent and family orientation is critical as we anticipate the needs of the student and the parent. That is important. Who might we need to know? We might need to ensure that the student knows what is the administration of what does that mean? Where is the admin office? What is OSSD? How is that office critical in the life of the student? Some of the things we need to anticipate are registration dates, tuition fees. Do you need to live on the campus? Will you reside off the campus? One of the things that you must plan for is, who do I want to be throughout this process, or maybe at the end of this process? And what are some of the things then that I will need to do to become that person? There's a banner over here that details some of the developmental programs. So yes, you're going to anticipate that you're going to go to classes and you prep for that. You must also prepare and plan for beyond the classroom learning. Because here's the thing about learning. This is a beautiful thing about learning. It happens anywhere, everywhere, and at any time. And so you will sit in your lecture, students, and you will learn. But we're also anticipating some of the other programs. Your first year experience program is a program you must participate in. Emerging leaders, if you are so inclined. There is quite a bit of community engagement through the OSSD as well, here on the campus, just for you. So you anticipate the things that will help you to transition well. The kind of toolkit and ecosystem that is here for you to tap into. As parents, what are some of the things that you may anticipate as well? You may look and see your child changing. And so maybe, to borrow the term from earlier, the helicopter parenting that worked in primary school or in preparatory school, the helicopter parenting that perhaps worked in COMC or high school may not be the best state for you to be in to contribute to the development of your child. You might anticipate that you're going to see some other kinds of changes with your children. I'll leave you to notice those. Right? I'm not telling you nothing too tough. Leaving maybe them calling you less. Them used to call you every day. No, you're not. You hear from them once a month. Somebody said, no. Yeah, but you have to anticipate these things and not take it personally, because here's the thing about university, and here's the thing about the age, because the students here who is between 18 and 25, your child is between 18, the traditional, what we call in student services, the traditional college age, between 18 and 25. Raise your hand if your student or your child is between that age. This is basically the entire room. Some younger, somebody says some are younger. That means, yeah, that age is prime development age. They're going through identity transition, right? They're going through the different crises that will help to expand their moral development and moral consciousness. I have to give them the space to become who they need to be. The last thing, though, I want you to consider, the last A and pillar of transitioning well that I want you to remember is agency. And that can be a hard one. Agency is about ownership. Owning this journey. What is it that you want out of this time here at university? I promise you it's up to you. How you engage, what you engage in, how well you do, how well you don't do, all of that. Those are choices that you get to make and you get to walk into. This space is a space you get to own. Students and parents, you also have agency over this transition as well, and making decisions about how you're going to support and how you're going to show up for your child or your spouse or your ward. So ladies and gentlemen, this is an exciting time because you're moving from one state to the next. You're changing, you're transitioning, and that is a beautiful thing, something that is worthy of celebration. And my wish for all of you sitting here, and even those perhaps online, my wish for you is that you transition well, you continue to acknowledge what is happening. You anticipate, and in anticipating, prepare for an amazing time. And finally, I want you to have agency over what happens while you're here. This journey is yours, and it is yours to make the very, very best of it. And I wish you all the best. Have an amazing year.
No, man, keep the applause going, man. That's beautiful. That was beautiful. All right. Just before we take our final presentation, we will have a musical interlude. Now, you know, I can't see the entertainer, but I see one instrument and what is hiding behind the camera when he should be in front of the camera. Sashane, may I invite you to center stage, please? Yes. Quickly, briskly. You get to introduce the entertainer. Yeah.
Hi everyone. Good morning. It's still morning. Oh my God.
Put on your voice, so we know the voice, right?
Wait, but it's not general. I'm not. No, switch. All right. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? How is everyone? How are my freshers? Are my freshers in the house? Can I get some? Hey, parents, did you bring them today or no? What's going on? All right, this is not general orientation, but tomorrow you'll get to know me a little bit more. So I'll only give you a teaser. We have probably the best form of entertainment. He's with us every year, and we have to ensure that he's here because he has the vibe, right? And starting today, not only for parents, but our freshers, we want them to feel the vibe, right? Feel the vibe to be greater in their education. Feel the vibe to evolve as an overall individual. I want them to feel the vibe to be here at the Western Campus. And with Michael, he's all about the vibe. So can I hear somebody say vibe? All right, we'll work on it tomorrow. It's not a bad start. I'm hearing mostly parents though. Where are my students? Can the students say vibe? We need some work. President, we need work, right? No, it's okay. No, we're great. We're happier here. It's fine. So it's okay. They're just, getting into the initiation, or campus chairwoman will ensure that they get the full vibe. All right. I see some of my hawks in the building too. So they'll ensure that we're integrated. But like when we're here, I want us to really get prepared for the entertainment extraordinaire, Mr. Michael, right? And when I say to get prepared, I mean really. If you feel like you want to get out of your seat, get up, because Michael is all about that. All right. Please allow me to not only introduce Michael, but introduce the entertainment of every orientation. Please give him a round of applause, a hearty round of applause as we get started. I like that. We'll keep that going. We'll keep that going. Michael, give me a little 1, 2, jig. Okay, all right, not enough now. All right, wait, not too much. So please, can I get another round of applause as Michael get prepared? All right. Again, you'll get to know me a little bit better tomorrow, but for today, I'll keep it to maybe like 15%. That was 15%? Oh, all right, Michael, everyone, thank you.
Oh boy, I'm nerving us. Massive vibes, and just say, it's Sunday morning, sing some gospel, and what I mean. Everybody say, hey, my God is good, oh, hey, my God is good, hey, my God is good, yo, hey. Play the track, yeah. Sure. encouragement. But we can sing along because we know this song. And this song was selected by our DJ. I said to him, I don't know what to play. And he said, all right, play that one here. I know this song, but I've never played it before. So that's my disclaimer. So just to cover for the mistakes, please sing along. You don't get me? Here it is.
In bad, in bad, in bad. In bad like a yas. Anybody here who know where yas be? Any parent who know where yas be? Mercy. Prof. Campbell, nobody. One parent? All right, so Miss France will provide the prize, but you have to explain where yas be. Let me see if you really know where yas be.
The thing that come on the fowl's mouth.
On the fowl's mouth? No, sir. I saw you go? Oh, you must say can with the yas too? All right, so, me see. All right, so she know the chicken yas. She know the chicken yas, you know? All right, so we'll give you that one. Put your hands together for one, for Michael, one more time, man. That was beautiful. All right, so one final thing before we move. One final presentation from the dynamic duo, the effervescent one. Lady Nikisha Gray. You know, I should have brought you on stage to do a jig while Michael was here. You know that? Yeah, man. I should have really brought you on stage, you know, but you escaped this once, but I don't know that, you know. And Dr. Lurleen as well is, oh, she's coming after. All right, so enter the G. Yeah, it's about, yeah. We're talking about academic matters right now. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you Lady Nikisha Gray, and she comes to you from Smona School of Business and Management, right? And the accounting students, you'll meet her and you'll get to love her and you'll learn in her class more than that which is about accounting, right? My pleasure. Put your hands together and make her welcome, please.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for that warm welcome. I'll take that all protocols are observed, as my previous speakers would have done that. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you. I wanted to see more students being interactive, but we'll work on that in a class, right? And through OSS and D. So today, I'm going to take the liberty. Don't really mind me, I'm a little bit eccentric. So they already know me, but you'll come to know me. I'm going to take a play on their word routes, and I'm going to use a homophone. I'm going to be using roots, R-O-O-T-S. All right, students? So that's what we're going to be looking at today as we go through. So, did you know that as a tree goes up, it's also going down? You know? Right. So I'm going to tell you that university is much the same. At the end of it, parents, you're going to see everyone applauding. They're going to be coming to you and say, Lord, your daughter, your son, Lord, them do good here. But guess what? That's the flower. That's the fruits that they're seeing. What them not see is the hard work, the roots that are underneath. Make sense? So we're going to talk about 5 different road systems. And don't worry yourself, 3 people me have, so you guys are in good hands. And I know when I go through this, I want you all to know that I've lived it. It's nothing new, but it's something that we have to acknowledge. Make sense? And we're going to go through it in order for our university life to be really good, right? So I'm going to look at the 5 routing systems. The first one I'm going to look at is discipline, D. It's a little bit hard for us to say, oh, discipline is this, discipline is that, but guess what? When you come to university, we have freedom, unmatched freedom. So you're going to be like, oh my goodness, do I need to do this? Do I really need to do it now? And you're going to be battling some demons inside as it relates to those, right? So the responsibility is for you to learn. The guild is here. Horace would have spoken about taking on different responsibilities. And while you need to be a rounded student, you have to ensure that we are what? Balancing it all, not true? And that's what Horace did, and he did it great. May I have one few little words, but at the end of it, say, you will have words with me too, because we're miserably, right? But we need the freedom, but we need to ensure that we are holding the freedom and we're working with the freedom, right? As best as possible. So please ensure that you're attending classes. You're managing your time well, right? You're doing your work when they need to be done, right? And the assignments. So parents, encourage good habits. You hear me say encourage, not true? Encourage the habits. But remember, your child is now becoming responsible for managing him and herself. The second one is independence. So, parents, I know, you hear the disclaimer, right, that I gave before. I have 3. I know it's hard for you to let go of the reins. But 3 persons came here before me and they spoke of what? Stop being the helicopter moms, right? The dads. You have to make them make the what? Mistakes. Instead of being that helicopter mom or dad, I want us to think that our responsibility has not changed from that to a what? A coach. So you're now a coach for your daughter or your son or your ward. Instead of providing all of the answers, you're now going to what? Sit down and you're going to say to them, so how are you going to get this done? Understand? It's a little bit hard in terms of the conversation, but you're now seeing adults, right, in front of you. So I want you to acknowledge that. You may want to call the lecturer. Don't do it. Yes? Don't do it. Yeah. You may want to solve all of their problems. No, don't come at the door after my lecture, and I've had this for real happen. Parents come, oh, Miss Gray, I want to talk to you about X. I said, I'm so sorry. Just let me know your name so I can check my register, and then you can come to my office for academic advice. And say, no, I don't. You don't teach me. I said, oh, so why are you here? Yes. So that's what I'm going to do with you. So I don't want you to think that you're going to be doing everything for the child. Understand? They're now an adult and we have to see them as such. All right? So we're going to work with them. Make sense? So remember, we are preparing them for what? Adulthood. Not true? You can't go into them workplace and go tell the boss, say, no, I might get too much work. Yeah, so we're not going to do that. So maybe we sit down, ask them how is it that you're going to be supporting them? How can you support their decisions? Mind you, I'm the accounting lecturer. My daughter went straight out. She's like, I'm going to become a marine biologist. I'm like, what are you talking about? Not accounting, though. We're going to do a firm. No, mommy. I only did it because I want to. So she did the course, she gave me the grades, but she's not doing it. And I have to acknowledge that. I know that she's her own, right? So now I'm the mother who is running up and down, the water then with her to drop her off to different things and working through that, right? So that's what we are working with. We're encouraging them. The third one, we're looking at resilience. So there will be storms, very similar to Melissa. Trust me, universities, it can be really, really crazy. You're going to have failing grades, maybe accounts. Yeah? You're going to have difficult courses, maybe my course again. Yeah? We're going to have failed examinations. I don't want you to tell him, say, me never did tell you, say, no, if go do that. Lord Jesus, better if you did go do something else. Me did tell you if you go in a pharmacy, me did tell you if you go do whatever. No. You sit down and I want you to make a plan with them. You understand? With them leading, of course. but the semester might not go according to plan. If students are fair, they'll tell you that they fail a lot. You understand? They get the bad grades, but then after they get the bad grades, it's how you're bouncing back. Okay? I have students who would have done horrible in first year, second and third year. Oh, when you see the upper second class and the first class honors, it's just totally different person. So I don't want you to see the bad grades and say, oh, let us stop. No, guidance is here. We help them time and time for them to find themselves. All they have to do is to have conversations. All of you'll see the guild, you'll see the different persons in red today. Ask them, they'll motivate you, right? Because not everything is sunshine and rainbow here, all right? So, we're going to help them to reflect. When they're reflecting, we're going to recover accordingly, yes? And then we're going to try again, because that's how we encourage them. I want, maybe because myself and Shadeen here, we are the accounting people, I want us to talk about financial preparedness. A lot of us, we see finance as administrative. It isn't, right? So I want us to talk about it, speak to your student, your child or your ward about it, right? Speak to your parents about it. I would see students going through the semester, Shadeen can actually validate. Going through the semester, they're doing all of their courses, they're passing it. Comes down to your final exam, guess what? They're unable to sit because they don't have academic clearance for doing their exams. So I want us to talk to the persons who are important, and immediately after our session, I think Shadeen, you come next, right? Speak to them. Find out what is the payment plan looking like. How do we put a payment plan in place? Some of you might even go selling a car, right? For your child to come through. I'm a first generation university student, so I know how it is for persons to come in and they have to believe in you, but you also have to believe in yourself, and you're going to be making the mark for others behind you, right? So you're going to go through and you're going to be talking about the money. Money matter is very important. It might be a little bit difficult because no parents, if you haven't told them, if you know how much money you have, them know so the money not grow off of the tree, don't pick off a tree. So tell them that, listen, honestly, I don't have that. I was not prepared for it. But what are the options for us to get you here? Because I want you to be better than me. Understand? And you sit in that office and you work it out. Does that make sense? We're going to work it out because we will not have anyone failing because of the money. Scholarships are there. Throughout this week, you'll see different success stories. Student Loan Bureau is there. Don't be fearful. One advocate of it is Indira. Indira always says, listen, me tell them to go take student loan. What's so hard with it? You understand? And it's true. A lot of us, we're there caught up with our heads in our back and going through and acting as if you can't. You can, right? So speak to persons about money matters. And the last one that I want to look at for us is family support. I'm happy you guys are here with them. I'm glad to just drop them off and leave. If we go come back for graduation and then have them saying, oh, I want more tickets to graduation, miss, because my granny from around there, so my cousin, second cousin around there, so wants more tickets. Be there for them. Understand? Be there. Sometimes your supporting your parents, family members, is going to come from a space where you ask them, you want some Milo? You want some Nesquik? Because you don't know what they're going through. Understand? So you have to be there with them, walking alongside them. You can't be in front of them forever. You're going to have to walk beside them now. Sometimes you're behind them, I kick them and I push them too. And that is fine. My role is also that. So then we come to you and you hear my name. Parents will see me on the road and say, oh, me hear about you. And me say, me hope they talk bad about me because me cuss them out in a class. Yes, so I don't care, right? So At the end of it, parents, those 5 roads, right, that I spoke of, that's what's going to be taking your child over into the next stage of their lives. You're going to see them on stage, persons are going to be gushing over them, and they're going to be like, oh my God, they're so brilliant, they're so this, they're so that. And you're just going to be there looking on. And so remember when the girl did want to fail, they want to give up, right? And look at her now. Look at him now. And that, parents, students, family, is what we call success. All right? That's our success story. Thank you very much, Nikisha Gray.
You can do better than that, man. That was some very solid advice. Dr. Barnett, your movement with us begins now. So, I'm not pressuring my friend from you, son, but you stand between us and the break, right? Right, so she comes to us from the U School of Nursing, and that's one of our programs here at the Mona Western Jamaica campus. And we invite her to share with us at this point in time. So please make welcome Dr. Lurleen Barnett.
It's afternoon, right? Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, students, new students, and parents. I'm happy to see the parents here because I have some information that will be reinforced on Tuesday and throughout the program, but I want the parents because I don't think you'll be coming back. So I want to make sure that you hear. No, some of you won't be coming back until graduation day. So I want to make sure that you have information that you can help to support your students. All right. All right, so as you were told, I'm representing the nursing program. Let me see my nursing students. Seriously? No, let me see all their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Out of 34. All right. So this nursing program is very unique. And there are some things that I want you to listen to carefully so that you are fully aware, you know what is expected of you, and you will do just that for the next 4 years. All right? So it's a Bachelor of Science that you will graduate with, but if you graduate with a Bachelor of Science and you haven't done the Nursing Council registration exam, you're not a registered nurse. Okay? So after you finish your program with UWI, you're going to sit the Nursing Council exam, and you have to pass all your courses to qualify for that, okay? The program is done over 4 years. Please finish in 4 years. You have up to 6, but we want you to pass everything so that you can finish in 4 years. You don't have time to waste. We need you in the system, right? And you need to get out of school. The longer you stay, the harder it gets. So it's for 4 years, but as I said, you have up to 6 to finish, but we want you to pass everything on the first go. So parents, if they're not studying, it's not that they don't have homework. They always have homework. And don't even classify it as homework. You always have work to do. Right? So if you see them not studying, and I'm not saying that you mustn't put a little play in your life because I have a PhD in leisure. Some people take me serious. You have to have some leisure time because you can't crash your brain, but you must work hard, all right? So it's 4 years you're going to do. We all agree? Everybody agree that you're going to do 4 years? 4 years. Right now, I have some students struggling to move into year 2. They cannot go to year 2 because they didn't pass all the courses. I don't want that. I want all of you to be successful. I don't want any tears. You have 3 summers. So first year, you don't do summer. So some people take the time to go and work some money to come back, go on the overseas program. So the first year, you don't do summer, but second, third, and fourth, you have a summer program. You go off only in August, right? You have to complete, as I said, 130 credits, and that would cover all of your courses for the program. It's a full-time program, so please know that you have to come to school every day, Monday to Friday. And once you hit second year, you might have to do weekends, because worse now that we had the storm last year and we were struggling to place students in the clinical area, you might have to do Saturdays and Sundays. And the Adventist thing and the Pentecostal thing will come up, but just to be reminded that you might have to do weekends. Okay? And it's a face-to-face. All right, you would have gone through what you have on the left side here. And on the right side is your Nursing Council of Jamaica requirements. Some of them you would have to meet those before you're here. So I need not stay on that. If you haven't registered for what we call the ELPT course, if you have a 2 in English or a B, please do so, like urgently from yesterday. Everybody has done that. If you don't have a 1, sounds like I know. Please, if you have a 2 in English or a B, you need to have your ELPT done. And the date is when? Let me see if anybody registered. When is the date? That means no one has registered. You did it already? You all got grade 1s? Woo! Jesus, thank you, Lord. All right, so if you have a grade 1, you're going to register for Foundation 1014. That's the English course, right? So if you all have 1, nobody should be doing 1019. Okay? Please look at what you're registering for. Do not call me 11 o'clock in the night to tell me that you registered for the wrong course. I can't take it. I give students my number, but some of you are abusing, so I'm going to take it back. So at 11 o'clock, nobody should be texting me. I don't have an emergency service. 9 to 5. I'm going to answer you tomorrow if you text me 11 o'clock. All right? And you must finish this course by semester 2. One is offered in semester 1 or semester 2. You have to do it to progress to year 2. You have to do it and pass. All right? Registration, full-time registration status is mandatory. All fees must be paid, and you've been hearing that over and over again. If you take student loan, still must be paid. Scholarship must be paid. Out of pocket must be paid. All right? If you haven't paid your fees, you cannot register. And students can register for a minimum of 20 credits and a maximum of 18, except in semester 1, year 1, semester 2, you have up to 20 credits in the program, so you will be allowed. If you fail courses, say for example, in semester 1 and 2, and you have to resit in summer, when it's offered, if it's offered, you cannot do more than 10. Okay? If there's a special situation and you want to register for more than 10, you have to get approval from the head of school at Mona. Right? Progression. You must meet all pre- and co-requisites. So if you're doing a course in semester 1, which is a prerequisite for semester 2, then you must pass the courses in semester 1. Here's a big thing. You must attend at least 85% of your classes for you to sit the exam. So if anybody's working, might be a little ticklish, because you must come to school for 85% of your classes. Okay? So if you're late 15 minutes, you're absent. Yeah. If you're late for 15 minutes and more, you're absent. So please, if the bus taking you late, call your lecturer and say, I'm going to be late, I'm having a problem. Or send a message. Don't just turn up. We have been lenient, but students are taking advantage, and we want to make sure that you get maximum out of the experience, all right? So both for theory and practical. You must get 50% to pass. And it sounds easy, don't? 50% is hard to get. When I was doing my program, it was 40%, and God knows sometimes I struggle to get the 40. So 50, it might sound easy, but it's not so easy. And I want you to hit the ground running. Start on skates. Because what you do in CXC in 2 years is what you're doing in one course in a week here. So you don't have a lot of time to play around. Please, please, I'm begging you. I don't like to see students come crying. I can't take it. I don't like crying. That is why I don't get into areas of nursing where people cry. I don't like it. So please do what is required of you, and parents, please be supportive. I remember when I was in nursing school, my mother would wash my clothes and cook for me so I don't have to do those things. So on Saturday and Sunday, I never usually study in the week because I would be tired. I'm not saying you're to do that. Do what works for you, but make sure you study. And I would spread out my books because when my father left, I went into my mother's bed and I stayed in there till I was 23. So I was in her bed and I spread out the books on her bed and I would study. At one point, she said, I don't want a student in my house. But study, 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 study hard. All right? You have 3 attempts at nursing courses. If you fail on the 3rd attempt, guess what is going to happen? You'll be asked to withdraw from the program. All right? You don't have money to waste. The school fees expensive. You're spending over $1 million per year. Please do not disappoint your parents. Do not disappoint yourselves. And do not disappoint us. Work hard. All right? So another criterion for progression, your GPA must be maintained over 2.0. If you get a 2 in one semester, you'll get a warning. And if you get a 2 in the next semester, what will happen? You'll be asked to withdraw from the program, right? Because we expect excellence. We want you to work hard. And mark you don't have to be very bright. Just do your work. I wasn't bright in school. Lord, I struggled. I wasn't bright, but guess what I did? I was committed. I studied. I know my weaknesses, and I worked on them, right? Those things will reinforce when you come back. I'm not going to go through all of those because I hear I must cut down in 5 minutes, huh? All right, I did some of that already. This is important because parents more likely will be buying the uniform for you. In first year, you wear the polo t-shirt with the logo, UWI logo on it, and an appropriate bottom. An appropriate bottom, I don't like to see my nursing students in tights and distressed jeans. When you dress, you have to dress so that people can respect you. Agree? So when you go out on the road and somebody sees you and knows that you're a nursing student, they must say, yes, that's a nurse. And I don't know if you're paying attention to what is going on in the media these days. It's not impressive at all. The people are really beating up on the healthcare workers. So we have to change the image. And one of them is how you present yourself physically, right? Please don't wear any Crocs to school. Get a well-fitted shoes, sneakers, or something like that. Look well, right? So wear your nice jeans, whether it be skirt or pants, whatever you're comfortable with, and your polo t-shirt. Comb your hair in a nice style so that you look professional. We have to start from now so that when you go out, you maintain that image, okay? Go out there so that your patients can look at you and say, I can leave myself in care of this nurse, right? I feel comfortable. One doctor told me one time, I was in theater with him doing surgery as a student, and he said to me, I have to put on the dressing well because it is an impression of what I did inside. And that stayed with me. So how you look is an impression of how you're going to care for your patients. Care for your patients well. They depend on us, okay? All right. Punctuality is important. Be there for your 7 o'clock shift by at least 6:45. For the next shift, you make sure you did it 15 minutes before, so that you can take over and prepare yourself mentally and physically for your assignments. When you come into classes, do the same thing. Come early enough so that by the time your classes should start, you're mentally and physically settled, right? Some of those we'll reinforce. I'm not going to go through them today. I have 3 minutes, all right? Let's see. We'll reinforce those when we go out because you might not remember. I did that. All right, so for the clinical area, talk about the uniform for the classroom. So for the first year, you'll only be wearing your polo t-shirt and, as I said, an appropriate bottom. When you go out into the clinical areas, you're going to wear for females, is the candy stripe dress and your white shoes. You have your white hat and your little pin-on watch. We don't wear wristwatch in the clinical area. You cannot wash your hands properly with them, okay? For males, it's going to be your bush jacket white and your black pants and black shoes. For the females, you wear aprons over your dress and you'll get your stripes. So it represents first, second, third, fourth year. First year you're not going to wear it, so second, third, and fourth. And stocking is optional. Makeup is not really, it must be mild. We shouldn't be seeing any eyeshadow and this bright eyebrow and so on, right? What else I need to make sure I reinforce here? Tattoos must not be visible, right? We don't wear nail polish in nursing. It traps bacteria and germs, other germs, so we don't wear nail polish, and we don't wear extensions. There's a reason. It's not that we don't want you to look pretty, all right? So bear with us as we try to make our patients safe. My patient safety is very important. The patient could be you at any time or your relatives. You are allowed to wear your wedding band, and try to get a flat one if you have to wear it without stones, all right? And you must always wear your UWI ID. Right, professional standards. I brought 2 books with me. This is the old UWI handbook. I think there should be a newer one. And this is your Nursing Council of Jamaica handbook. Please make sure you have one and you read them. Okay, so that you know how to operate, yes. We have some in stock, and this, I think it's moved to online now. It's online now? The handbook for UWI? Is that soft copy? Okay, all right, so you should be able to access it on the internet. All right, so we always strive to maintain the highest professional standard. As long as I'm here, that is what I'm about. We have to change the image of nurses. It was okay, we start dipping, so we need to come back up. All right, when we speak, we need to speak like we know what we're talking about. When we dress, we need to dress like we know what we're about. We need to behave that way. We can't be coming here doing certain things, fighting with each other. Right? My 3 minutes finish. All right. So it's always important, I will leave you with this, maintain the highest professional standard. And that means in academics, if you don't know what you're doing, you don't know how to treat your patients. And always act, behave professionally. All right. Welcome. And I look forward to the next 4 years. Do well. All the best.
Thank you so kindly for sharing with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're up on a break. I invite you to take the next half an hour to refresh yourselves and so on. And then we come back just to deal with financial matters. When we return, you'll hear about your finances and the support system that are available to you, as also about scholarships, bursaries, grants, if you may. All right, so we give you a half an hour. The half an hour starts now. It's now, according to my clock, 15 minutes to the hour of 1. So I expect your return for start at 15 minutes past 1. Right? So see you in a few. Enjoy. Thank you.
jam rock. There's a light that's rising high, where horizons never end and where the limit is the sky. With vision, hope and purpose, shaping our people's dreams. Forever moving forward and we not run out of steam. Step by step we reach new heights. Knowledge of flow with future ignite. So shine your light and lead the way. Tomorrow starts today. Step by step we reach new heights. Knowledge of flow with future ignite. So shine your light and lead the way. Tomorrow starts now. Rise, Western, rise. 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 Your future is waiting here at WJC, Western Jamaica Campus UWI. So come and seize the moment. Your year spent here will be golden. You can control your destiny. This is your opportunity to become what you were meant to be. So welcome to the family. Rise, Western, rise. 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 Strength, honor, pride, like the hawk I will soar and succeed. I will rise and build a legacy with excellence and integrity. Strength, honor, pride, like the hawk I will soar and succeed. I will rise and elevate to the top. Dig up 600 block because step by step we reach new heights. Knowledge of flow with future ignite. So shine your light and lead the way. Tomorrow starts today. Step by step we reach new heights. Knowledge of flow with future ignite. Shine your light and lead the way. Tomorrow starts now. Rise, Western, rise. 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 Rise, Western, rise.
place called De La Vega. Spanish Town rocking, over blazing over. I grew up in a place called Ensom City. Spanish Town grooving, everybody nice. Spanish Town, me born, that's where me come from. From me looking at my face, you see a De La Vegan. Well, I said, come Max and Glazer, anti-federation. Strictly roots and culture play for nice station. Yo, yeah, me Latino youth, them on the money promoter. We are doing this to the dance, done, I'm ready. Spain Town original. And my neighbors drink out over Spanish Town hospital. To me mama name, Nana Spanish Town original. And my papa name, Kaneka Spanish Town original. And my granny name, Peggy Spanish Town original. Them call her sticker cause she don't normal. For your grandson, Kaneka such a field marshal. If I dance all school, we are the principal. And now we are the real microphone officials. Give them a new style. A Sperling in a me goodies, I'm well physical. Well, I'm offering Papa Granite microphone official. Me read me Bible every day, and some well biblical. I meditate in the morning, some well spiritual. I said the original Granite representing from prison over. Live and direct, hear me now. I grew up in a place called De La Vega. De La Vega. Spanish Town rocking, over blazing over.
Some call it Spanish Town, a prison oval rock. And some call it Spanish Town, a prison oval rock. Ooh, yeah. Way. What a cool and deadly. Hey. The people are skanking while the daughter them whining. The rude boy them tripping. Hey, what a cool and deadly. Hey, and in the ear that a Jackie fashion. Pack out your body that a water pumpy. Wine slowly that a cool and deadly. Move lively that a horseman scatty. So, some call it Spanish Town, but a prison oval rock. Some call it Spanish Town, a prison oval rock. Way, what a cool and deadly. So what we say? The water are watching while the prisoners are dancing. When them hear the music playing, and in the ear that a Jackie fashion. Move slowly, that a cool and deadly. Back out body, that a water pumpy. Move lively, that a horseman scatty. DJ Murray. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. What a cool and deadly. Some call it Spanish Town, but a prison oval rock. Some call it Spanish Town.
I never ask you, nothing when you tell me. I beg you daily to cease and still you keep talking. Me granny tell me from your little baby, he that keep at his mouth shall stay out of problem. It seems like you is a news carrying pain, so I ain't carrying on. Say about that chatter with me, will chatter of me, murder rap begin for. So what we say? Oh your mouth I go put you in a problem. Problem. Whoa. Hey. Oh I said your mouth I go put you in a problem. Oh yeah. You a go ball, say see it by your mouth. You a go weak, say see it by your teeth. Creation make you ball, see it by your mouth. Every thief is a liar, every liar is a thief. Yes. Remember you tell me, Teflon hate me. So what? Then you tell Teflon can excite him like a dose of poison. Don't believe you, you're wicked. Yes. You tell me woman, say me have another lady. Then you tell me, say she have a man, wherever I rise. Murder, mount a massive. carrying jail. So I ain't carrying on. No, that chatter with me, well, chatter of me, mount murder of begin from OJ.
Chatty, chatty, Mount Amasi, mix up. Why you no leave people business? I said, below people business. Good God, I tell you about.
Nah, sin near gap, no sin nearby your place won't fix up. Why you not allow people business? Leave people business alone. Leave people business alone. Oh God.
And I say one time people them used to say one sweet nanny goat and go run in belly. So when we touching at the street, nobody see we. Country feel with things and I tell people say you give it.
Ooh, them can't look in on my face again. When the police come running on my place again. So right now me as I could score. Who know it already now go make no do it no more, mister.
Chatty chatty, Mount Amasi, mix up. Why you no leave people business? I said below people business. Good God, I tell you about.
Nah, sin near gap, no sin nearby your place won't fix up. Why you not allow people business? Leave people business alone. Leave people business alone. Oh God, y'all show them chatty, me can't live in peace. Them see me with down and run, gon' tell my Denise. Them a chit chat upon my name, them a yip yap. Oh God,
see the hypocrites, them a galang day. You hear them out before you see them. A real talk can make me can't see Diane day. She left me cause she listen to them. When them a chit chat, by my name, them a yip yeah. Oh Lord, is that
every time you take one step, something pulls you back. But you get back up each time you fall. Eh. Wicked people and bad mind lurking in the dark. But I have no fear, I walk with Jah. Hey, turn the world off and turn the music on. Just light up another one. Relax and just close your eyes. Oh, natural mystic is in the air. But man is they have no fear. Everything is gonna be alright. Some days you're up and some you're down. Week today, tomorrow's gone. Some you lose and some you're gonna win. Hey, that's the life, the life, the life, the life we live. The life, the life we live. Every time you hear this song, put your lighters up. Keep the fire burning in your soul, yeah. Good vibrations everywhere. Feel it in your bones. Too blessed to be stressed is what I sing. Hey, turn the world off and turn the music on. Just light up another one. Relax and just close your eyes. Oh, natural mystic is in the air. But man is saying I'm no fear. Everything is gonna be alright.
Some girl can't be a fruit, you know. Listen to my story. Every night me give her my juice, and me never use no boots. Me's a boy we drink 10 pints of roots. But she still not bear no fruit. She still not give I no youth. I mean no want a jacket, come don't wear suit. Oh no. Take her to doctor to take a test. Ah yes. Him say I tube them black up on her belly is a mess.
Ultra.
Now hear this Vice Romain Burger represent for Ultra Simo. Ladies, yeah. Talk about love. Talk about trust. Platinum for all the ladies forevermore. And I give you my word. Stick to my guns. Believe me when we play these ladies, it's just begun. You don't understand, oh girl.
thanks a life of us. Oh, yes, no. As the days go by, yeah, out comes the sun, shining on my face again. Words get me high, high so I can meditate. Oh, dreams of brighter days. Highest grades we blaze. Dreams of brighter days. Giving thanks, giving thanks, giving thanks. Giving thanks as the days goes by, giving thanks.
Representing for the big bad sound, I'll just in my air right now. Your sound, bless some weed, some little sound, it a shackle, our sound, it a rockle, and bless some weed, platinum bling sound, bless some weed, some little sound, it a shackle, our sound, it a rockle. Apply peer pressure on the brain. Oh no,
got a big bright smile, but my days are dark. Hungry till I can barely walk. Don't watch the look on my face. No, no, don't have no food and my cupboard's dry. Only God knows how I get by. Oh, don't watch the look on my face.
Ultra,
no.
ultra, ultra.
She's the sweetest thing that you've ever seen. Selling her body wasn't in her dreams. No, don't watch the look on her face. No, no, because we have a pleasant look. If you don't know the story, don't judge the book. Please don't watch the look on my face. No, even though I smile, it is only for a while. My tears could fill the river Nile, but I sweep my troubles underneath my pride. Yes, I'm gonna smile, though it's only for a while. Till my worries subside, I will sweep my troubles underneath my pride. Skanking, removing under pressure. Yeah, skanking,
Ultra, ultra,
under the pressures of your life and it tough. No stay down, mama, time pick it up. No matter with the down, full style, strictly up, full vibes. Now pick it up when the bills, them, the rent and the mortgage due. Yeah, yeah. When me chalice, when your best friends are gone and it's only you. Yeah, like a turn up the music. Skanking sweet, everybody wanna feel like free. Forget your troubles and the rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet, everybody wanna feel like free. Forget your troubles and the rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah.
ultra, ultra, ultra.
I just wanna smoke, drink, and love my girl to some reggae. I call her on the phone, tell her I'm coming up, so get ready. Yeah. I got some that about.
Welcome. Why, oh, why, oh, why? Hey. Chronics, left and right. Just so just I come. Left and right. Wait. Ooh, yeah. Ah, boy. And them say, here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. I start recruit soldiers for Selassie army. Ay. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Welcome the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. You know for axes who at the general issue in a warning. Job people them a ball, said them tired of mediocre. Evil a go fall when we tried in Ethiopia. Me leaving from down, cause them life not easy boat. Even Bantan said it's not an easy road. Operation occupy the motherland, calling all soldiers to kind each other along. From creation, he writing a job plan, but Chronics can't do it alone. So I'm recruiting soldiers coming from near and far. I choose executing. Selassie I works and be Rastafari true. And them say, here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. I'm on a start recruit, soldiers for Selassie I army. Aye. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Welcome the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. You're not for axes who are the general issue in a warning boy. Waving the banner red, green and gold. It is such an honor prophecies unfold. Discovered on stones, on trees and scroll. And even in the stories that Jesus told. Whoa. Rasta youth must inherit the earth. Can't sit down, Jaja send me fi work. Bring the fire in a room, Jaja send me fi purge. But I can't do it alone. Rasta recruiting, soldiers coming from near and far. I choose executing. Selassie I works and be Rastafari choose. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youth. I start recruit, soldiers for Selassie I army. Hey. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Welcome the Savior, welcome the Rasta youth. You're not for axes who are the general issue in a warning. Hey. Left or right, the soldiers are gone. Left, right, the soldiers are gone. Hey. Could I never throw it down, no boy. Yeah, and we say left, right, the soldiers are come. Left, right, the soldiers are come. Left, right, the soldiers are marching on, boy. And we say, here comes trouble, my friend. And here comes danger. Rastafari send me come. I say we sent by the Savior. Here comes trouble, my friend. Here comes danger. Whoa, whoa. Ooh, nah. Hey. And them say, here comes trouble. Here comes the danger. Here comes trouble. Hey. Boo-ah, 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 boo-ah. Here comes trouble. Here comes the danger. Whoa, whoa, why? Ooh, la. Oh, yes, I. Ooh, I met a girl this morning. She was love at first sight. Ooh, I met a girl this morning, and she was beauty to my eyes. I asked her where she from, she tell me in the topics. She asked me what's my name, I tell her I am Connie. And I said, girl, tell me what's your name, and she tell me that her name is Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Ooh, Lord, smile for me, Jamaica. And never you cry, here am I. Yeah, I'm here for you, Jamaica. Dry your eyes, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. Lord, hey, she have a rich history. A beautiful woman with the sweetest gifts. Beautiful sunrise and an evening kiss of a nice sunset on the evening season. But she tell me, say she tired. Tired of the exploit and the liars. She give them reggae, give them beaches, give them flowers and the ferns. All she got is abuse in return. But I say, don't you worry yourself, mama. Hey, Chronix is here to your help, mama. Ooh, I said, no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me, I beg you do for me. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Hey, smile for me, Jamaica. Never you cry, here am I. Girl, I'm here for you, Jamaica. What must I try? Oh, my. That she asks me, and this I want me say, a sweet, sweet Chronix, you figure them, give them. The one drop beat, pan a rhythm. Are you give them bob with a different step in? Are you give them bolt, nobody can run left him, boy. But see ya, They must see things say you're out of ideas. You give them art and sweet literature. You're gonna make the world see the better picture. I said no worry yourself, mama. Chronics is here to your help, mama. Hey, I said no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me I beg you do. And I said smile, yeah, smile, boy. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said smile, girl, smile, wah, 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 wah. For me, Jamaica. Never you cry, here am I, whoa. For me, Jamaica. And I said smile.
And it's a protege, eh? Chronics are where you say, eh? Okay.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. To provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees. Green leaves, wait, hey.
When me see Jah, me see a way. Drastically straight from hypocrisy, I say, hey. Every man to them own a philosophy. I live the proper way and then me read a chapter daily. Man, they in a city hungry and no eat. And food they down a country does a drop off of the tree then. You see, say poverty no real then. Is what the reason revealing.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. I provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees. Green leaves, yeah.
When the rain pit up on the roof, herb just a steam pepper pot on the stew. Life is a dream if you got gratitude. So go tell the regime them can't stop where we do now. Information you think on your own, or else you're a slave to the things that you know. What do you know if you learn every day? So be careful of things where you say.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. I provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees. Green leaves.
Africa in our soul, but a Jah in our heart. It is of importance for I and I gather. If we cannot show now a balance that we had, how do we propose then to carry it abroad? Cannot go to Ethiopia and you not have a plan. The building of a nation and a helper on. Every one a lover, one a man is just a man. It shall be a coronation when we land.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. I provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees. Green leaves, bird.
And I say we just
who
moving
knows?
on.
Who knows?
Yeah, man.
Who knows, babe?
We just move with joy every time.
I'm pleased
and give thanks,
to be
you know.
chilling in the West Indies.
You see that smile on
I
me.
provide all my wants and my needs, oh Dre.
Now in comes the musical thing from the king's offspring, Jesse Rock. Sweet. Cha. Some people you right, and them still choose to show you hate. Cha. Run them out of your yard. From them I play bad young, I them a backbiters, hypocritical to sideless. We call them modern day Judas, the spreaders of rumors. Oh, them a backbiters, hypocritical to sideless. We call them modern day Judas.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Good afternoon again, everyone. We're about to start shortly, but we're waiting for others to join. Just so because the bursary information is so important, we wouldn't want anyone else to miss it. So wait for some more parents and families and students to come in, and then we'll start shortly. Okay? Thank you so much for your patience.
And every step you take, I bring you closer to your grave. But I am like a column when I easily shake. Me certain say I feel me, none of who can't take. We guided by the monster, defender of the faith. Yes, ordained to be great. Oh, them are backbiters, hypocritical to sideless. We call them modern day Judas, the spreaders of rumors. Oh, them are backbiters, hypocritical to sideless. We call them modern day Judas, spreaders of rumors. But your teeth and tongue gonna let you down. Reward for your words shall be profound. How screw all you want, but go loo and drown. Me slew you like Goliath with a stone from a crown. Not even the dog that is set on the wall of Babylon shall escape in this time. So word to the wise, choose the right side, and down to be hindered by your foolish pride. I said no weapon formed against I and I shall prosper. Give it to me, do it to me, give it to me. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. The way you make me feel from deep down in my soul, I'm losing all control. Girl, I can't fight this feeling. It feels so right. Champagne and candlelight, the way you hold me tight. Girl, I can't fight this feeling. Oh no.
Woman, you're nice. Smile on your face is like you're right upon my life. Girl, me can't wait to give you everything you like. Hope you from the day your Christmas sight. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Don't be afraid to break the rules. And to better things, so tell the little man to cool. I'm the lucky star, I can't believe I found a jewel. And them all ask what you wanna do. So make them know say that me have the tool.
The way you make me feel from deep down in my soul, I'm losing all control. Girl, I can't fight this feeling. It feels so right. Champagne and candlelight, the way you hold me tight. Girl, I can't fight this feeling. Oh no.
Woman, you bring the niceness, priceless. Girl, you have the place. Bossy, can't forget. Yes, I love the chase, you know, say. No bagger man can't come call your name. All where you gonna, you me claim. Woman, your body tight, hotter. Woman, you really blessed. Polite, proper, out above the rest. You are my darling empress. That's why, girl, I confess.
Passion, passion. You dance and you smile, you beckon. And I just know what it is you reckon. Give me more, more, yes. Hey, Miss Kisses, I'm gonna grant you your wishes. And you can bet on your 4-leaf clover. I'm gonna love you over and over. The way you make me feel from deep down in my soul, I'm losing all control. Girl, I can't fight this feeling. No, it feels so right. Champagne and candlelight, the way you hold me tight. Girl, I can't fight this feeling. Oh no, love me more, love me more. Love me till I want no more.
yeah, girl.
Good afternoon again, parents, family, and or newly welcomed freshers. I hope you guys are excited for your journey here at the UWI Mona Western Jamaica campus. I'm definitely excited to get to know you and get to see you grow and become the ultimate UWI graduate. Now, we've been through our program and we do have some very important segments that we have to get through before we end today's orientation. As we continue, I would like to welcome our very own accounting officer here on campus at the UMONA Bursar's office. Her name is Miss Shadeen Koot. She will be no stranger to you, whether it may be dealing with your scholarships, grants, payments, payment plans. Her office is open and she's very welcoming to students. So please allow her to feel welcome as she gives her presentation on financing tertiary education. Thank you.
Hi, afternoon, everyone. Okay. Well, I hope everyone is refreshed and ready to talk about finances. All right, so my office is a team of 3. I have myself, Shadeen Koot. We have Miss Danisha Palmer. She's going to be your main person that you speak to, the first person that you speak to whenever you have any issues. If they need to escalate, they'll come to me, to SAS, to OSF, but she's your point person. And then you'll have Mrs. Natalie Little Singleton. You will speak to her sometimes, but it's a team of 3, right? So at our office for you, we are a liaison for billings and SAS. So if you get an email and it says go to SAS, you come to us, right? We are liaison for OSF. You will meet the manager for OSF after I present. We provide advice about your account for charges, payments, and we also have a cashier here, a non-cash cashier. We're cashless. So we do card payments and manager's check, and then pretty soon no manager's check, just card payments. And we usually assist us with preparing tuition letters and statements, but we have paused that for a while because we were transitioning a change of staff and we haven't restarted here at WJC, but SAS is pretty quick and, you know, they're doing it without any hiccups for WJC. So for right now, that's paused here, but if you have requested a letter and it's delayed and you're having challenges, you come to us and we'll assist. All right. So main charges on your account. There is your miscellaneous fee. This is a non-refundable fee that's paid in semester 1. There is tuition fee. There is residence fee if you live on hall. When everybody received their acceptance letter, you were asked to pay a commitment fee. This is also non-refundable. So if you pay the miscellaneous fee and you're charged if you pay commitment and miscellaneous fee and you decide you no longer want to come, that fee is non-refundable. It means you don't get back that portion. But we'll get more into it as we go along. How do I find my fees, right? You go on your Google check engine, type in check fees UWI, and the first link that comes up, you see a listing of the different fees. Undergraduate programs, graduate, residence fee, miscellaneous fee, and there's also an option there that shows you how to pay online. So it's pretty easy to find what your fees are based on your faculty and your program online, but then we are also here to help you, to guide you, right? Now, in semester 1, you pay miscellaneous fee, semester 1 fee, semester 1 residence fee. In semester 2, there's no miscellaneous fee unless you started in semester 2. There are some programs that allow a matriculation in the second semester, not all programs. So for nursing, there's no start for January. You would have to start September. So that's the only time a miscellaneous fee would show up for semester 2, right? Okay. So your billing on your account is based on a number of factors. It's based on your registration status, so you can be full-time and part-time. And we made some calls this summer to students who would not have accepted their offer, and students will say, but it's part-time, I don't want to come in the evening. Part-time doesn't mean that. That's not what it means. It is the number of credits that you are allowed to do in any one semester. So the classes can be in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, right? But it's a number of credits you're allowed to do. Charges is also based on faculty or program. So here at WJC, we have social sciences, science and technology, and we have medical sciences. The fee for nursing is different from that of social sciences, right? And your nationality. So we have persons who are from sponsored from contributing countries, non-sponsored from contributing countries. We have international students. The fees are different based on your nationality. So it is important to note that. So here's an example of the fee sheet. See here, it lists sponsored student from contributing country, non-sponsored student from contributing country, and you have students from non-contributing countries. I have a lot of persons who come in the office and they're Jamaican, but they say their school fee is $587,000. But then you see here, it says, see Appendix 1. Now, Appendix 1 outline the different countries. So you can see, zoom out a little bit, Andre. Campus contributing countries, Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad. This is what you pay. Right? So this is an example of how to read your fee sheet so that you can understand what is it that you would pay depending on your nationality. So predominantly here at WJC, we have, mostly Jamaicans, but we do have students from different Caribbean islands that are from non-contributing countries, and we have had international students before. So it's very important for you to learn how to read this form. All right, so here is an example that we're going to go through in terms of billing, and this is for science and technology. So you're an accounting student and you're full-time. So full-time would mean that you're going to register for 30 credits for the year, 15 credits for the semester. So your fee is $346,533 as a Jamaican. But this is broken into 2 per semester. So there's an annual fee and there's a per semester fee. Now you can choose to pay for the entire year at the beginning, or you can choose to pay just for the semester, right? If you're part-time in SOSI, then you're allowed to do a max of 9 credits. And the cost for 9 credits would be this amount per semester. If you're in science and technology and for WJC, that means IT, you can register for a max of 12 credits for the semester being part-time. Now, in addition to the tuition, there's your miscellaneous fee. Now you have two different miscellaneous fee. You have one for a non-resident, which is a commuting student. It means that you travel to school daily. And then you have the miscellaneous fee for a resident. It means that you live on hall, right? So there is a difference in the fees. And I have plus 1,500 here. It means that your ID costs. New students would have, this would be a part of their fees. If you are returning, then the 1,500 wouldn't be a part of your fees, right? Understand so far? Okay. And then this is the breakdown for nursing. On the fee sheet, it's quoted in US dollars, but this is the conversion for Jamaican, and this is what is going to show up on your account, right? Per semester. Now, I know Miss Barnett said nursing is full-time, and yes, it is. But she also pointed out that there are persons who will have to do some courses to go to year 2, because we have students who have failed courses. When you fail a course and you have to sit out, then you would have to go part-time for nursing to resit that course, and then they charge you per credit. Now, the trick with nursing, and you have to pay attention to your registration as a nursing student, even if you register for 1 credit, the system is going to charge you the full amount for the semester. So you have to ensure that you register for all the courses that you need to register for, because you're going to have to pay all of this, but then you'll be only sit the exam that you are registered for. Because if you're not registered for the course, we cannot let you into the exam. So students, you have to pay attention to your registration. And then for SOSA, you see, if you're part-time, I say max 9 credits. If somehow you go above that, the system is going to bill you full-time. So you have to ensure that you pay attention on Tuesday when you go through academic advising, when you're selecting your courses, to ensure that you register properly. All right? Because registration is this is what is going to trigger the billing on your account. Right? Okay. So deadline for payment of fees for semester 1. So remember I said you can pay everything in full now for the year, or you can pay by semester. So deadline for semester 1 is August 28. Deadline for semester 2 is January 15. Now, say you don't have all the money for semester 1 now. There is an installment plan. The installment plan doesn't cost you any extra money. It just gives you a little more time to pay the funds, but there are rules around the installment plan that you must follow carefully, right? So all prior balances must be clear. I'm new, we have persons who would have sat out 2 years. They would have had to reapply to come in, and those persons can have a balance on their account from prior things that they would have done on their account. You have to clear all of that. You must be fully registered. So therefore, all your courses must be selected. So I'm expecting persons to be coming to my office on Tuesday after academic advising to sign up for installment plan after you have selected your courses, right? The miscellaneous fee must be paid in full, and a minimum of 25% of the tuition for that semester must be paid. Now, the installments plan is offered on a semesterly basis. It's offered in semester 1 and semester 2. If you opt to do courses in summer, which sometimes we offer a few courses in summer, there is no installment plan in the summer semester. It's just semester 1 and semester 2, right? You're going to get 3 months to pay the balance. You're going to pay end of September, end of October, end of November. The idea is you must finish paying for the semester before exams. So if you notice the plan, it finishes right before your examination starts. Now, the dates that are set are important. You heard in Horace's presentation where he said in first year, he didn't have classes every day, so he didn't come every day. I've had students where their installment plan is due September 30, and they come to me October 1 and say they never have class. I cannot help you then because you got a contract that says September 30. And there are many options in which you can use to pay the tuition to ensure that you pay it on time, right? So the dates are very important. All right, so here's an example of installment plan. So this would be for a commuting student, a miscellaneous fee, 25% of the tuition for the semester as a full-time student would be this. And so what you would need to pay is this amount. But we were asked to pay 35% commitment fee. So once you would have paid that, it is said that this goes towards your fee. So you can minus this amount and pay this. But there's nothing wrong if you pay this amount, because the more you pay is the less you'll have to pay monthly on the plan, right? So when it says a minimum of 25, you can pay 50%, you can pay 75%. It's just that what the system is going to do is to divide what you have and you pay monthly. You can also choose 1 month or 2 months. It gives a maximum of 3 months, but if you don't have all the money for August 28, but you're gonna find it September 30, you can apply for a 1 month installment plan, right? So the dates, September 30, October 30, November 30. All right. To apply for the plan, we have a system called the Bursary Online Student System. Please get very familiar with this system. All the logins are pretty much the same, your ID and your password. So there's a student option for this login. And when you go here and you go to forms, there are a list of forms that you may use throughout your university life here. You go to forms if you're applying for a tuition installment plan or a residence installment plan. Now, you may see you are not allowed to access this form. It means that you have not met the criteria. I paid the money, but why it's not allowing me to go in? But are you registered? I got a lot of calls, to say I paid the money, but you haven't selected courses. The selection of your courses is what's going to drive the charge on your account. The system is automated, so therefore, if there's no charge, but there's a payment, there's nothing for it to calculate to say how much you would need to pay monthly. So you have to ensure that you select the courses. Now, within BOSS, different from the installment plan, you can request tuition letters. The tuition letter is going to say whether you're registered or expected to register for a particular program and what the charges would be. You request an administration status letter in here. This will state whether you're a student of the university, whether you're full-time or part-time. Each letter has its purpose, and different companies may ask for different things. I'll get to late fines, but there's a request for waiver of late fines. There is a request for a statement. The statement and the letter, they're done in the same area, the tuition letter, but the statement now gives a breakdown in terms of all your charges and all your payments that you would have made, right? If you apply for student loan, you can check your status here. Direct deposit from time to time, as you know, we hire student assistants here, and there may be different things you're requesting a refund. We don't issue checks, so you'd have to set up a direct deposit on the system. So just ensure that all your children, they have their accounts set up with a commercial bank to facilitate this. And there is housing allocation, tuition allocation. What does that mean? There are 2 different accounts on your system. There is your tuition account and there's your residence account. Sometimes a payment institution may make an error and put tuition money on the residence account or vice versa, or you may have received one big check for everything. You went on the tuition account. These forms you can use to allocate to the different account to request to put money where you want to put it. And there is a proxy authorization form and health card form. This is for students who their parents would work with the university. You already have a health card issued and you don't want another one. So you come here and you select whether yes or no you need it. So this system, the Bursary Online Student System, is something that you would use throughout your university life, and it's an application that you need to get familiar with. Only the students have access, right? Okay. Right. How you access BUS? Search UWI online systems. There is a list of applications under students and you log in here. Your password may be different because you may have to reset with MITS, and here's a number that you can use to reset your password so that you can have access to the system. All right. All right, Andre, I'm not sure if I can zoom this in or if persons can see on the screen. This is what an example of what your statement of accounts would look like in BUS. Here, you can see that the student made a payment at Bill Express of $35,000 for their commitment fee, right? Here, it will have a negative 35, which would mean an overpayment on your account, or in other words, you will owe your money. And that's because there's no charge on the account to apply it to, right? But then when you come down to this semester, you see the student is registered, and this is their miscellaneous fee charge. And when they put on the installment plan, they would have to put on a charge and a payment. You ignore that when you see, because it cancels out each other. It's just how the system enters the plan on the system. And then it shows that the student would have made a payment and what their balance is. So this down here, the very last, is what you look on to see what your balance is on the account. All right, zoom out. All right, so tuition is due August 28th. However, you have an option to do an installment plan. The deadline to apply for your installment plan is September 11. September 11 to go on the plan. If by September 30, you're not on an installment plan, your fees are not paid in full for the semester, then late fines begin. Right? A 1% late fine is added on your overall balance on your account. If you're on the installment plan and September 30 passes and you did not make your first installment payment, a 1% is charged on the entire balance on your account. So that's why I said it's important for you to pay attention to the dates. Right? Okay. Other penalties: school fees not paid on time, final exams begin or mid-semester begins, you're not able to sit the exams. There is a block on your records, you cannot access your information online to see your class material. And if money is owed for over 365 days, we send that information to a collection agency and they start calling you to pay the funds. Payment outlets. We have the bursary cashier, there is one here. We do cards and manager's check, no cash. There's no cash collected at WJC. At the Mona bursary, if you happen to be in Kingston, you can pay with cash there. Your payment shows up immediately on your account. There is an online e-commerce system that you can use as well. Register your card, you make your payment. There's Bill Express, Paymaster, Infinity Corp Credit Union, JN, Western Union, NCB. All these take 24 to 48 hours to show up. For Western Union, if it's international, it will take a little time. So you have to be mindful of the dates, right? And then wire transfer takes a little time as well. It can be a little faster now. All right. So for the UWI e-commerce, When you go on it, you create an account and you register your card. A lot of persons give up right here to register their card, only because it requires you to call the bank to get a test amount. It's not hard. It's put in place to protect you. It's there so that somebody else cannot use your card to register to make a payment, right? And so if September 30th comes and I don't have class and I don't want to come to WJC to make the payment, use e-commerce. It's just step. Once you follow the step-by-steps, you are good. All right? For wire transfers, once that is done, for students that I have sent the document to for wire transfers, a document from SAS, it outlines all that you need to do, and then you'll have to send that wire transfer advice to us for us to locate the payment and add it to your account. It's not automatic like the rest. When you go to Bill Express, once you give them your ID number, you're paying UWI tuition, it feeds onto the system, it goes to your account. For wire transfer right now, it is not automatic, so that's why it may take some time. So you would have to send us that information, we locate the payment, we add it to your account, right? Okay. So remember, no cash, card, manager's check. The opening hours for our cashier here at WJC is typically 9 to 3:30, but we're going to 4 p.m. for the registration period, right? All right. Please be reminded, if you make the payment at Scotia, or if you make the payment to somebody who said them can do or cannot help you, because you must only pay to the authorized third parties your UWI tuition. We don't have anything set up with Scotia. If you're paying at Scotia, then it's a wire transfer that you're doing, and then you would have to send us the information to locate it. All right? So only to the authorized third parties that you go to pay your tuition. All right, proxy authorization. Once your students accept their offer at the university, they are considered adults pretty much. And so therefore, mommy or daddy cannot come to my office and ask me any information about what is on their account, who pay what. I cannot give you that information. Especially with our data protection law, we are even more stricter in terms of how we operate. So it's either mommy or daddy is going to have to come to the office with the student present, or the student can choose either mommy or daddy or the parent that is going to come more frequently to make payments to be the one that we can give out financial information to regarding the student's account. The student can do this in BOSS. So when they log into BOSS and Forms, they fill out the proxy authorization. You come to the office, I check, you show me ID, I check, I can give you information. Apart from that, I cannot. So if you're coming to the account to make payment and you're not a proxy on the account, you cannot ask me what the balance is. You have to know exactly how much you are going to pay, or you have to come with the student for me to be able to say what the balance is. And at Mona, it's different because at Mona, the cashier and SAS are different. At WJC, it's the same area. So we are able to do a number of different things in one sitting. At Mona, you'd have to go to SAS and then go to the cashier. We're not set up like that yet. And that's because we're small for right now, right? But you have to come knowing how much you're going to pay. You cannot ask me what the balance is. And then when you're set up as a proxy, I don't have access to grades. I don't know anything about that. I'm only dealing with what is on your account in terms of the payment and the charges. All right. I'm not going to go too much in depth in this because Mrs. Edwards, she's going to come and do her presentation to speak about, but I'll touch on a few. The installment plan. You have SLB. I hear students are afraid of SLB. You don't need a guarantor now, you know. I've had students come in my office. I had one student, she cried. She owed $8,000. And she didn't know how she was going to pay it. And when we sat down and we went through scholarships, when she was finished, she had money left over that she had to send back. She did SLB and she also applied for scholarships. Sometimes you apply for SLB and you get a scholarship, so you can send back money to SLB. So you apply for SLB for safety. Once you're approved and you submit all your documents, then your school fees pay. It doesn't stop you from applying for scholarship, paying some out of your pocket. And SLB, they have different options now. It's not like when I was a student back then. They have the one where your parent can pay as you go along, and you know there are different options. There's nothing wrong with applying for a student loan. All right. At WJC, we have a few scholarships and grants that we'll be having more coming on that will apply. They're outside of SLB, there are bank loans. We have our MPs, sometimes they help through the social development commission. They give money. I've received for different students here, so sometimes you just have to ask, and sometimes you just ask to see what is available out there. You might be surprised to see what you can get, right? There's JAMVAT. You have to do some hours, but they pay a portion of your fees. If you were on PATH, you can still get benefit from PATH. They're giving $150,000, right? This year, family, friends, and also, this is not for the nursing though, because it's only full time. Register for what you can pay for. You're full time, but hard times come. Register for 2 courses, switch to part-time, do courses this time, and then you can catch up back another time. If you know for sure that you're not going to be able to pay, don't register and then you cannot sit any of your exams. We have to be realistic. Yes, we want you to come. Yes, we want you to finish on time, but at the same time, we have to be realistic with ourselves, right? All right, so important dates to note. Tuition fee deadline, the deadline for installment plan. SLB will be coming to WJC September 24 to 25 this year. So for those of us who want to check on where our status is, they'll be here in person. Please ensure you come whether you have classes or not. And I stress that because students come to me and they say I didn't have class that day, so I didn't come. Come and find out what your status is. Andrea, I don't know what I did. Okay. All right. Late registration penalty starts September 12th. So Tuesday is academic advising. Ensure you register for all your courses then, but there may be issues that would have caused you not to register for all your courses. You'll have until September 11th to register without a fine. It starts at 1,000. 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, it goes up. And then there's going to be a part in the semester now. Say, for registration, you might register for one course, but you may choose to do another. I don't want to do this one now. Let me do it semester 2. Depending on what your academic advisor may offer you. Make all these decisions before September 12. Try as much. But the very last deadline to do this, to be able to drop any course from the system, is September 25. After that, it's a different process. And so with this different process, if the course is on your account, you're going to have to pay for it until a decision is made. Right? So pay attention to the dates. And late fine starts September 30. We are always available to you. So even though the cashier closes at 3:30, the office is open until 4:30. We are here from 8:30. It's just that the cashier operates within a different time. You can WhatsApp us, call us at this number. Please, if you don't get an answer one time, you don't need to be ringing the phone. Send a message, we respond to you. Send an email, we will respond to you. All right, ensure that you come and speak to us so that we know what is happening with you, so that if we need to call ourselves to say, what do you have for the student? How can we help the student? We know you from the very beginning. When you come on the morning of your exam, there is nothing we can do at that time. So if you're facing challenges, it's important for you to come and talk to us so that we can plan, so that we can see what's happening, so that we know what is happening with you. Don't wait until the last minute. All right? And then, as I said, we are SAS at WJC. So if you want to reach out directly to SAS, this is the contact information for SAS. All right, thank you. And after this session, the cashier is open. So if anybody here wants to make a payment, we are here. All right.
I have to talk to Mr. Archie for some increase in salary for Miss Scoot, you know, right? The great job she does here at WJC. Put your hands together for her, man. Very clear information. You'll have a chance to ask questions of her after the next presentation. So we're going to hear now about scholarships and bursaries. And we have with us this afternoon Mrs. Shanna Hastings-Edwards, the manager for the Office of Student Financing. She'll be sharing some critical information with us. And after her presentation, we'll entertain some questions, whether it is directly related to Ms. Coot's presentation or that of Mrs. Edwards. Over to you, Shanna.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just acknowledge our Deputy Campus Registrar, Mr. Jonathan Archie, Mr. Jason McKenzie, Student Services and Development Director, wasn't here in the earlier sessions this morning, Professor John Lindo, sorry, and we also have Professor Donovan Campbell, who I'll have the honor of meeting after the session. Welcome, new and returning Pelicans. We're very happy to have you. And I'm going to change the structure of my presentation just a bit so that I can follow up on 2 points from Ms. Kuth because they're very, very important. Excuse me. One is the proxy form. Can someone tell me what she said the proxy form was about, please? Anyone? Very important. Thank you, you're correct. But it's not just to pay, it's to make any form of inquiry about your student account. And it's so important because sometimes parents want to follow up on scholarships and bursaries application because they may not have expressed all the details to the students when the students were completing their budget about how everything is working financially. So they want to have a one-on-one. And we want to be able to do that. But as Ms. Coote said, based on data protection policy, we cannot share any information with anyone about your student account. So if it is a donor that's not registered with the university and you want them to be able to have a conversation to say, okay, how much does she owe? She advised that these are her grades and we want to confirm because we're going to pay this $200,000 on her behalf. The proxy form is critical to that process. Okay? Sorry. Secondly, she mentioned the student's loan. And year to year, our students don't want to apply for the student's loan, but it's so important. Even though we manage the scholarships and bursaries office, as someone who has been through the process as a student, I say to you, unless you have the cash in hand, unless you have a heritage investment plan that is going to pay the tuition and there is no question about it, unless you have an Omni or something else, apply for student's loan. right? Apply for students loan because we have so many donors who, if you don't apply, they're not awarding you their scholarship because they're saying applying for students loan is an indication of need. You have a need, you also need this degree, and you're ensuring that you're going to access. So it does not mean that if you apply for a student's loan, you will not access scholarships and bursaries. In many instances, you're increasing your chances of accessing those scholarships and bursaries. All right? Now, who in the room believes that this session may not necessarily be for them because they've already paid the fees, or you already have a commitment, or you already have your scholarship? Do we have anyone like that? No? Okay. Do we have anyone who has already applied for a scholarship and bursary on the portal? One student? Two students? Congratulations. I'll have a token for you, so we'll take your name. All right. Can I ask if there are students who know about the scholarships and bursaries even though you have not yet applied? Yes? Is one person willing to say why you have not yet submitted an application? Yes? Oh, there's a Robin mic? Okay.
From what I've been seeing, I was going through some of the scholarships on the website, and from what I've been seeing, I personally wouldn't apply for what was there because it wouldn't apply to me to say. So it would be for courses like engineering or for second year students. I've seen a lot of second year students, second year going down the list. I haven't gone through all of them, obviously, but you know.
And for the room, can you state what your major is, please?
I'm in social sciences doing marketing.
Thank you. All right. So in that case, I would say to you, reach out to us in the Office of Student Financing if you're not clear about the options, or reach out to your SAS officers here, because we have already processed over 20 scholarships and bursaries since July 2nd to August 8th. And from those 20 scholarships, that is over 46 awards because one scholarship has multiple awards. From those, you reference engineering, and persons sometimes say they're not seeing first-year scholarships, but we have a myriad of first-year scholarships. One of the scholarships that we processed was the Jamaican Government Exhibition Scholarship that pays full tuition for a first-year social sciences students for the duration of their program, as well as gives them miscellaneous expenses. So there is something on the portal for every single student here. And if you're unsure about it, we want you to reach out to us. We have family and parent orientation because funding your tertiary expense here at UWI is really a partnership. Some of us are from households where we don't have someone who can guide us through the process. And so the university has ensured that its Mona campus, with its 2 locations in Kingston and WJC, has staff available to guide you through the process. As Ms. Coot said, we want you to start. Sometimes you have to adjust, but we really want you to finish, right? Because this is a family, and we want our family to what? Succeed. Okay? So the Office of Student Financing, we're a staff complement of 7, including myself, and we administer scholarships and the bursaries. The name only, excuse me, the distinction is only in terms of value, and these are typically accessed through interviews. So maybe 90 to 95% of these awards are accessed through interviews. We've had instances where we shortlist students, and the students say, "Miss, I don't want to do any interview." And you invite them in, you have a one-on-one, and they still refuse. The parent may call about it to say, my daughter hasn't been shortlisted, but we're still not at liberty to communicate anything because there is no proxy form. See, everything comes together. So it's very important for you to do that, even if you believe you may not need to be checking up on the person that you are sponsoring for university. Now, the scholarships and bursaries application intake period was May 15th to June 30th. But not to worry, we are now in our second intake cycle. It opened August 15th and we will close September 15th. And there's something on the portal for who? Everyone, right? Excuse me. To apply for scholarships and bursaries, you are using the same ID number and the password that you use for everything that has been expressed to you throughout this orientation. So the same 620 number that you would have received in your offer letter for new students, it's that same number that you're going to use. The SAS portal that would have been referenced by other presenters, that's where you're going to log on to SAS, and you will see OSF scholarships and bursaries. And we have used students to test the steps to ensure that it's student friendly. Right? If you are a returning student, you would be able to say, oh, but we tried it last year, we had a little difficulty. So, you know, sometimes with IT, when you try to implement, you have some glitches and you have to rework and come again, right? So this year, the system has been working pretty effectively. We have gotten a lot of comments from students, parents, and our donors based on the output in terms of how the form looks to say that they're pleased with the process. Do not miss this opportunity. You may be saying, okay, my aunt is in the UK and she has committed to paying. History has shown that things happen. Every single semester, we have students entering the office crying. Miss Larmond would have acted for a year while I was on sabbatical leave. She can attest to it because a family member who is believed to be of means would have committed to paying the fees, but they did not meet the payment deadline and they did not meet the deadline before exams. And so that is when students come to the Office of Students Financing for help. Now, luckily, we have very, very strong partnerships with our donors. So outside of the scholarships and bursaries that you will see on our website, we are also able to, at times, reach out to donors for students who have applications in the portal but may not have been awarded to say, okay, this is the situation. Or if you did not have an application and the portal is open, you're able to quickly submit an application. Or depending on the donor structure, because it's very important, every organization has a reporting structure. If it allows them to assist a student who does not have an application in our portal, then they will assist. If they're not able to assist students who do not have application in the portal, then you may not be able to get the assistance. But what do we have in place for that? We have general financial assistance, and I'll get to that shortly. Okay? So to apply for your scholarships and bursaries, log on to SAS, select scholarships and bursaries application, answer the questions that are posed, upload your completed referee's affidavit, and submit. It's real time. Once you have submitted, we receive the application immediately. If you had already started completing an application form and you were not finished, the application is pending. So you do not need to restart your application. All that is required, enter with your ID number, select your application, complete, upload your reference if you had not yet done so, and submit. We have found that sometimes persons will save the application and not submit because they don't have an understanding of how the fees are expected to be paid from the parent side. So that discussion is not necessarily held and they're a little confused in terms of what should be put in the budget. So as parents and guardians, you have to decide how you're going to have that conversation with your child or ward. Because at the end of the day, when they're in the interview room, it must be clear to the panel that the information that is absent is not because the student was not interested, or the information that is communicated is clear. So there is no question in the panel's mind as to whether or not what is being shared is truthful. And that's so very, very important. If you're shortlisted for interviews, the email that we send to you typically tells you how to prepare. And a part of that is interview tips, how to dress, how to conduct yourself, do a little research about the donor. in many, many instances, we have students who do not do just that little part where you need to do research about our donors. And that can be a deal breaker. Because, for example, it's a corporate entity. They may be thinking of offering the student internship the student who has received a scholarship internship, or they may want you to use it in some very brief publicity activity. They want to know that you knew a little about them and you felt connected in some way and was able to express that. So sometimes students are shortlisted and they attend the interviews without sharing it with their parents. I'm reminding all of us, this is a partnership. The university, the students, the parents, the guardian, the family, don't hide it, share it so that you can be assisted in preparing for your scholarship interview. Okay? All right, next we're going to speak about general financial assistance, which I mentioned before. So if you missed the scholarship application and you still need help, in the second week of September each year, we open what is called our General Financial Assistance Portal. That portal allows students to receive assistance with books, meals, travel, hall fees, small tuition balances. What did we say? Books, meals, tuition, travel. Okay? And it's very, very important. So typically our allocation for, say, hall fees is 50,000. So if you live on a UWI owned hall and you have paid your miscellaneous, as mentioned by Ms. Coot, that is critical to everything, and you have paid us portion of your fees. Now for this process, it doesn't need to be 25. You just need to pay for us to know that, okay, you're intending to continue and we're helping you along with your plan, right? Once you have done that, you log into the General Financial Assistance Portal, same place, through SAS. You will say OSF FinAssist, and you apply for General Financial Assistance. Typically, for housing, you will get $50,000. If it is tuition, for standard sponsored programs where the tuition is $346,533, you get a maximum of $50,000 unless it is non-exclusive donor funds, which allows us to give more to students. If you are in nursing, law, med-sci, you get between 100,000 to 200,000. Isn't that so much more than not receiving anything? But guess what? You have to do apply, apply, apply. Very critical to this process. Okay? Now, sometimes students apply for scholarships and bursaries, and for example, we had a situation in this month. The student decided, she was awarded, but then she decided to change her program of study. We recognize that there are instances where you're entering university, you may not have the guidance at home and you're working based on what your teacher said is your strong suit. And that happens. So as much as it's expensive and we want to know that when you come into university, you don't switch. You just stick it out and finish. That's what our parents will say at times. In her case, she recognized that really, and she was able to describe the path that she wanted to take. No, this was after the interviews, but this did not align with the donor in terms of what they're about, what they need to fund, and what their internal procedures will allow. So in that case, we had to advise her that she was no longer eligible. But that doesn't mean that it ends there for you. Once you have it official from the campus to say, okay, you have switched to this program, then we reconsider you, right? And you don't have to wait until we have processed everyone. Why? Because a panel of maybe 3 to 6 sometimes persons have said that you were excellent, And so based on that, once the next opportunity comes up, we're going to shortlist you again for you to be reconsidered for something that you're more passionate about. Ms. Coot mentioned the PATH bursary. This is so critical to many of our students at the Mona campus, both here at WJC and in Kingston. The PATH bursary was a manual application process prior to this academic year. For this academic year, you log into the Scholarships and Bursaries portal, you click on Path Bursary, it asks just 4 questions, and then you upload your completed PAT form. Now, the reason the PAT form still needs to be completed is because it's not the university's form. It is the Ministry of Labor and Social Security's form. And when they're being audited, their auditors need to be able to go to all the educational institutions, access the application form in order to conduct their audit. But it's more seamless in this way because we don't have to spend the time to create a database through Excel with thousands of applications, which is what we get each year. It's always more than 1,000 in order to send. So we can send the applications off the path at the end of every month. Typically, the application period is August to September 30th each year. And where the ministry gives us permission, then we continue to accept the applications for as many students as possible because we want to assist students on their journey. No, not because that is the practice. Do not wait if you have to submit a PATH bursary application form. If you access PATH in high school, then you're eligible to apply for the bursary as a first-year student. And as far as I see, it is automatic from there. Once you submit the form and we send your information to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, it's going to return approved once you're a first-year student, right? And so ensure that if you access PATH in high school, that you submit your application. The portal is open and it's $150,000. Excuse me. The only thing I would caution is that over the years, regardless of when we have sent the application to PATH, we have always received a response in semester 2. Based on our discussions at the end of last semester, they would have advised that if we're able to send the batches earlier this year, then they will process them in batches, and they will try to do so at a faster rate. So possibly students will be able to start benefiting in semester 1, which is really what we want to achieve by moving online. So I'm not telling you right now that that is the case because there's a discussion and now we're going to test the process, right? And hopefully it will work. So at the end of August, we will be sending down the batch with all the students, who have applied for August, and we'll do so at the end of September and October if an extension is given. Once we receive the feedback from PATH, then we update the OSF website and we'll share the information with the students who have been approved through the portal as well. Now, outside of scholarships and bursaries, general financial assistance, PATH bursary, the Office of Student Financing plays a very, very important role for students with the SLB. So Ms. Coote mentioned that you're able to adjust your loan if you're approved after you have applied and maybe you access a scholarship or maybe someone is going to pay it for you so you don't need the loan anymore. The beauty of it is that there is no penalty by the student's loan to cancel that loan or to reduce that loan. There's a form on the website, the Office of Student Financing website, and customer service also has the form. Once you complete, have it stamped in the bursary, you submit it to the Office of Student Financing. We will send it to the Students' Loan Bureau on cover letter. And once the response is received, your student account is updated by the bursary. All right? So it's very important that you understand student loan helps you in the process. It does not make it worse. Now, for our final year students, do we have any final year students? Yes? Awesome. Do you know about Student Academic Enrichment Fund? No? All right, so the university offers many incentives to students, and one of them is the Student Academic Enrichment Fund. So if you're a final year student, your prior GPA was 3.3 or higher, you do not have any fees owing, and you want to go to a conference that is directly aligned with your area of study, Student Academic Enrichment Fund. There's an application form on the portal. You can complete the application form, have it signed by the department in which you're enrolled, then you submit it to the Office of Student Financing, and we will typically assist with airfare or hotel or something else, depending on how you're being funded. Otherwise, everything is taken into consideration. So some of the key things that I want you to take away from today are proxy form, SLB, different options. Melissa has shown us that we really can't have just one plan, because this tertiary journey, it can be very seamless, but it can be very stressful, because you may have a plan in place and something happens to just fully derail that plan, right? So financial struggles causes stress to so many. We see it in our students. Sometimes we even see it in our parents. What we're saying at the Office of Student Financing is that we are here to serve you. Every single scholarship on our portal is for all of you, right? So sometimes people will say the WJC campus. WJC is a location of the Mona campus. So everything on the Office of Student Financing website is for you. We have scholarships for students with disabilities. And even though we have those scholarships that are earmarked for students with disabilities, everything else is also for students with disabilities. So if you're unclear about anything, just send us an email at mona-stufin@uwi.edu, mona.stufin@uwi.edu, and we will respond to you. Or you may contact us at 876-441-4120 or 876-441-3584. Thank you.
Oh. The numbers, yeah. We just want the numbers again.
It's on the website, on the homepage. 876-441-4120 or 876-441-3584. Here you go.
They're right there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Edwards. A round of applause for her, please. Very comprehensive information. I'm gonna ask if you have any questions, just raise your hand where you are. Miss Coot, you want to come to the front as well, please, so that you'll be able to just raise your hand. We'll get a microphone to you. This is your moment, parents. Anything you're uncertain of, anything you need clarity about. Malika, our finalizing student. All right, you're playing your role as campus chair. So let me allow you to, or a microphone is coming to you.
But okay, just a question so everybody has this answer in mind. Do part-time students have the same access to all scholarships as full-time students?
Thank you for asking. Part-time students will not access all the scholarships on the portal. Because most of our awards are donor funded, some donors are willing to fund part-time students. So for example, JMMB, which gives 20 scholarships and bursaries each academic year, 10 bursaries, 10 scholarships, where the scholarships are full tuition and the bursaries are half. They're willing to fund part-time. They're willing to fund students with 2.5 GPA. So it's a mix. So if you have any doubt about funding, please complete your application so that we can consider you.
Beautiful. Any other questions? Parent right here. What parish are you from, sir? Trelawney.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
All right. My question is that suppose your student loan status is pending, how do we proceed from there? And your child to attend class September 1st.
Okay, beautiful question. Because
okay, so we get information from SLB at different intervals, and from that we can check to see what their status is. So for now, we don't block them from classes. They can go to class, but it is your responsibility to follow up with SLB to find out. So, for example, if your status is stuck at C and it's not moving, you have to follow up to see what document or what is outstanding, why the status is not moving, because we won't credit your account until you are at the final step where SLB says, okay, we are funding this student. We have to get that document to put it on. If it is not there, it means that there's something outstanding or they're still processing. But a lot of the times the students may think that we are supposed to follow up on their behalf. And while we do help sometimes, it would have to be your responsibility to follow up with them to ensure that they have everything for you. And remember, they're coming here September 25 and 26. So be here to check on your status to see what is outstanding, what you need to bring and where you are. And I would say come on the 25th. And you come on the 25th and there's a document outstanding, get it sorted, come back on the 26th with the document so that they have it before they leave. All right?
Beautiful. Put your hands together for one bit of information from
Sorry, I just want to follow up on that. So we have had students who will say, Miss, we have emailed SLB multiple times and they have not responded. So this is where the Office of Student Financing continues to be a family. We email on your behalf because you have to send us an email first, giving us permission to follow up on your loan with the SLB for you. And then I liaise with the SLB directly because we have that relationship. So sometimes they will respond much faster to the office than sometimes to the emails from the students. So we play that role as well, right?
You see all over now? You see the extent to which we go to facilitate and support you? That is UWI for you. Put your hands together for a dynamic team of Coot and Edwards. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a beautiful, beautiful day. We hope we're able to provide you with the kind of information that will help prepare you for the journey that is ahead. This is a week of orientation activities. We started with parents and family members. We'll continue tomorrow with general orientation for all new students. And we'll continue with a range of activities where on Tuesday we'll have faculty orientation. The following day we'll have a health fair. Then we'll have Pelican Day where all our students are invited to wear red and to come and enjoy all the festivities that we have here for you. But we commit to you to be there for you, not just for this period of orientation, but throughout the journey. So it's important that you connect with us, you stay connected to us, you tap into the resources, whether it be online or in person through the various offices that are here to really support you and to guide you through this journey. If you look at the QR code that you would have scanned, there is information on important contact persons right at the back of my sheet here, but through a QR form, all the way from the campus director through to various lecturers and key personnel, right? So check in with that information so that you can be connected to the right person or the right office for the information that you need. It has been a wonderful day with us today. And before we go, I want to just make sure that you are aware of the team from OSND as also the administrative team. So Professor Campbell, I'm going to ask you to just come. The lady who has taken time off from her leave to be here, and the rest of the administrative OSND team, come on, come. You know, just to ensure that the parents and family members here know who you are, right? Come on, just come. Let's forward, yeah. You know, as we say, yes, the IT team. Andreas, I came in this morning, I saw that sign, you know, that stamp, that mark. Mr. Judah, are you making the task, you know? We haven't heard from you, so you get the task to introduce the dynamic team here from WJC. Over to you.
Thanks, Jason.
Oh, but I should introduce her first. Not sure. Right? So she's listen, she's all things WJC. Let me say that first. You understand me? All things WJC. Her formal title is that of administrative officer, right? Here at WJC in the office of the campus director. But she is boss lady around here. Let me tell you that. She's, right. So Mr. Judah, over to you to introduce the team.
Jason, thank you. But I want to correct you, because Jason, Mr. Mackenzie is giving you dated information. It's historical. And I say that to say there's a point and there was a time when I was that person. But I am happy to say that we have an entire team now who they're the ones that you really go to and they will help you. You find myself and Professor Campbell when you have an absolute problem. Everyone else it will be able to help you. So I will start with my immediate right. We have Miss Nikayla Robinson. She is coordinating our short and professional development courses, which is an important aspect of our campus now, and I encourage you to look into those courses as well. She also works with the MITS department. And she has a booth outside with brochures, and I had introduced that earlier to at least one parent already through my conversations, because sometimes you don't know how that will complement your studies here, or who knows, that's probably what you want to do. We have Miss Carla Edwards. She is a left and right hand and everything of Professor Donovan Campbell. She is our senior administrative assistant in that office. We have Mr. Winston Harrison. Now, Mr. Winston Harrison, I would say, is my left and right hand. And he works in customer service as well as administration in terms of academic administration. And he's a very good resource to have. We have with us our campus director, Professor Donovan Campbell. So he is a head cook and bottle washer and not necessarily me. All right, and we have Miss Tanya Francis. Now, so Tanya and Sashane, who is in the same color shirt, Sashane Smith. Burgundy, I told them I want a shirt. You see, they have their shirts and they didn't give us any. Isn't burgundy? I like it. I want burgundy. You weren't here. I was not here. Okay. So these ladies, they're the ones who really coordinated this entire orientation program today and tomorrow and for the rest of the week. We have Pelican Day, where Miss Carla is doing the health fair on Wednesday, and academic orientation is on Tuesday, Winston and Carla. So thank you, Tanya and Sashane. Sashane is a vibes master. You will hear from her tomorrow. Yes, you are. Well, when you get the mic, correct them tomorrow, like me correct them. And you heard from Miss Coote. Miss Coote leads our bursary team, and she's well supported by 2 other team members, and you will meet them as soon as you go into the bursary. Very important place to be. And we have Mr. Andre Hewitt. He's our information technology officer. So all the technology, all the projection, your password reset, anything that you have MITS related. And we have at the back, she didn't come up, Miss Swan White. She is also a member of the MITS team. Just a small portion of our team. There are obviously other members. You'll meet them tomorrow and as the week goes by and as the semester goes by. Thank you. Give us a round of applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Beautiful day it is, and I thank all the presenters and our high-level team from main campus, who stay through every presentation. We really appreciate it, and it shows their commitment to this campus, absolutely. But today would not have been a success without the parents and our students. And so parents, from every walk of life, every parish that made it here today, from the bottom of our hearts, we truly thank you for spending the better part of your Sunday with us. We commit to you to take care of your child or ward and to ensure that they leave here as distinctive graduates of the UWI. It's my pleasure to have guided you through the program today. Enjoy the campus, take a little walk, tour facilities. Sashade, what's next? Any additional information, any housekeeping matter? No. Thank you very much. Have yourselves a good rest of the afternoon. Oh, we start 9:30 tomorrow morning, students all, 9:30.
Never end and where the limit is the sky. With vision, hope and purpose, shaping our people's dreams. Forever moving forward and we not run out of steam. Step by step we reach new heights. Knowledge of flow with future ignite. So shine your light and lead the way.